Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome into City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And I hope everyone here is doing well. I'm excited to see you all. Hey, everyone. I just realized there's one thing I didn't do. I didn't turn off my, flow, so that I don't want my screen to dim ever during our show. So there we go. That's it. Hey, everyone. Welcome in. I hope everyone's doing super happy. I'm happy to see you all. This is our show, episode 10 of the show that I love so very dearly, where we all play members of the French Resistance fighting against fascism as spies in a gritty, occupied Paris. And Void Smoker notes we have a new player. And we do. But I'm not going to say anything about that just yet. First, I'm going to say how you can support us. To just right off the bat, the first thing you can do and the best thing you can do is be here and watch the show, whether you're here live or on YouTube or in the black market where you go into like a deep, dark alley and then you buy, for some reason, VHS copies of this show. I don't know why people have put our show on VHS.
That means that person at home has a VHS player. That's what the whole moral of this
not
story
everyone?
is. Don't be that guy.
Yeah, I thought, isn't that normal?
And go
What the heck
get
is a DVD?
your dubbed copy.
But how am I supposed to watch
YouTube
VHS copies of Lord of the
analytics?
Rings? All like each one has
got
like
a box
3 VHS.
set,
I know.
I
And
paid
the
for that
original
box
Star
set.
Wars.
Like, I have it on VHS. I'm going to
I
watch
don't
it.
want it remastered. I want to watch it on a crappy VHS.
So just being here is great. If you like, in addition to that, you can follow this channel or all of our players who we will get their info when I introduce each one of them. You can subscribe to this channel if you like, but really, what you can do is you can join our Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, which helps me pay the cast, and also our graphic designer who just made a brand new, by the way, our graphic designer made a brand new title sequence last night for us. So that was very exciting. Thank you, Iffy. And also, you can also just commission a Frithiel if you like. Frithiel does really great work. Also, to pay for our composer, Lizard Eats Flies, who did our amazing theme song, and all of that goodness. So if you would like, you can do that. Also, if you give tips or bits, we will read out your tips or bits messages at the intermission and at the end. Because, I don't know, maybe you want that. You know, I'm with you for that.
Maybe you got something to say.
Maybe you have something to say. And if you have something to say, I appreciate it. I want to hear it. The other thing that you can do is you can give extra credit, our channel points, because I am, you know how some GMs are kind and benevolent GMs? I would be the opposite of that. I'm like the cruel, evil GM who does not give the players toys, and by that I mean fate points, and so they only have one fate point at the moment as a group, only one group fate point, but you can give them fate points, but only 2 at the moment because the resistance is still rebuilding at the moment, so their resources are not so great, but you can get 2, and I would like to thank Void Smoker, who does fan art for us, by the way. Void Smoker and Rissa, who's one of our mods and an amazing mod, has donated 2 fate points to our crew, so that they are less on the verge of death, so that's great. I mean, for them, I suppose. I mean, we'll see how I feel about it. And so here are the 2 fate points extra. So they have 3 group fate points. So thank you for that. And I feel like is that all the pre-show stuff? If you're on YouTube, hey, leave a comment. I read it. And, you know, check in and say, hey.
I do too. I just do them in batch, so, you know, you have to wait a while. But I'll be there eventually.
Somebody asked a question on YouTube, but then deleted their question, so I couldn't respond on YouTube, but I saw it anyway. And the question was, what version of Fate are we using? We're using as a base Fate Condensed, which is free, or pay what you want on itch.io. It's only 50 pages. So that's really great. And it's the base's Fate Condensed, although we're using the stress boxes from Fate Core. And I'm using additions from Achtung Cthulhu, and then also things I made myself and some of the other books. But I will note, if you're interested in Fate, which is from Evil Hat Press, everything is available for free on their website as part of the SRD. So you can just go get all the cool fate stuff if you want. So that's what we're doing. And I feel like that's everything to start off. So everyone, I'd like to introduce my players. These players are the best players. And we're going to start with Laugh Love Lindy, because she asked me specifically not to. No, we're not going to start with Laugh Love Lindy, because she said we shouldn't, so I won't. But for the introductions, although I did like to say it because it was hilarious, but for the introductions, what we normally do is we say who you are, and then we say who you're playing, where we can find you, we do at the end. But I always also ask a question, because I like to ask questions that I can use later to enrich your RP experience, which usually means to torture you in some kind of a way, or I just find out things about your character. That's all. So I would like you each to introduce who you are playing, and then answer this question. Everybody here is in occupied Paris, or will be soon, and is a member of the Resistance. So I think the question I would like to ask you is, in order to be a member of the Resistance, you usually get recruited because you can speak French and you know something about France. So I would like to know how each of your characters learned French. Like, where did you learn French, and how did you get to know something about France? Those are the questions I would like to ask. And I want to start with Greg Grimjack, who, yeah, I'm not going to say anything more besides the fact that you're amazing. And just tell me your things.
Greg, Grimjack 21502. I am not on the internets, but you can find me here and on the Discord for this lovely community. I will say this. I just realized, because one of my friends just sent this to me, that 2 weeks ago I was the rookie, and now I am a seasoned vet of City of Light and Shadow. So we'll see if that's true or not. But I can't wait to play tonight. Really, really looking forward to it. And how did Oscar Mueller, my character, former Gestapo agent, how did he learn French? And I would say that he learned it later in life. So he's not really that, he doesn't pass for a native French speaker, but he learned from Isolde Becker, an old acquaintance of his.
Funny. Haven't we heard her name recently?
Sure.
Wasn't she auditioning for a part to be in a movie, a big musical extravaganza that maybe you are in charge of?
I heard something about that, and I always like to give my GM sharpened knives. So here, may I present to you this set of sharpened knives.
I will take those Ginsu knives, and I will show you that they can cut through a can and still slice tomatoes like they were never, like, dulled. I don't believe that ad, but whatever.
And any NPC you care about.
Yeah. Can NPC.
Same difference. Speaking of veterans, why don't we head on over to the littlest and the reddest of all of the dots? Who are you? Who are you playing? And how did your character learn French?
Hi, friends. You know who I am. I've been here a while. Still kicking as Regina, our not good German who left her country because, I don't know, it's a little broken at the moment and is trying to invade all the other countries. And she's trying to kind of keep that from happening. So she is now trained by the SOE and holds an official, like, rank, and she has a cell, and she's trying her damnedest to save lives and art and not run into her ex-girlfriend.
Try harder on that one, because you're going to fail that one, but go on.
I'm Dot. I play Regina. That's that. Regina learned French. Oh goodness. Well, I imagine, like many other languages, she probably learned young because she was in boarding schools. And then when she got to college, because she studied art history, I imagine she had to know French. So she probably became pretty fluent in French. And her early 20s, when she was probably speaking it to her ex-girlfriend,
who also is very good at French. It's so weird about your ex-girlfriend. We'll bring that up later.
So weird that
I don't know why that's come up. Yeah. Oh, your ex-girlfriend. She was the one that was, like, really nice and friendly and kind, and everyone loves her.
that's not the one. That is definitely not this ex-girlfriend. Not the one I'm thinking of.
Oh.
Is she married to the head of the SS?
Yes. Gestapo.
Oh, she Gestapo.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, she is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we going to her party?
Yeah. Yeah.
KP's like, can I go? I'd like to check. Opt out now.
Rain check?
I also happen to be married to Oscar, who is under the guise of my dead husband, who was killed by my father. All these things are true.
These things are all true. Speaking of dead husbands, we have a player here whose husband is not dead, although she might wish he was. He might wish he were. Lindy, who are you? Who are you playing? And how did your character learn French?
Thanks for not doing me first, Trooper. I heard you try, but I wasn't there. I was getting my dinner, so thank you.
I thought it would be hilarious. Like, it's that whole like actor's nightmare thing.
Just crickets. I was like, I'm scooping this pasta onto my plate. I don't even care. They can deal. Anyways, I'm Lindy. And I'll be playing Freda Engel, who, yeah, she's not a big fan of her husband. She doesn't consider herself super married, so that's an interesting thing. It's fine, or at least she'll hopefully be fine eventually. She learned French from her next door neighbor growing up. Her next door neighbor was a little old French lady named Camille, so it was always Madame Camille, and she was a sprightly young kid. She was always getting sent over to help Miss Camille with all sorts of tasks and things.
Is she still alive?
I don't imagine. Probably not.
So I can't bring her in to kill her in front of you? Fine.
Probably not. She probably already died because she was already ancient when she was little. She's probably like, if she's still alive, it's a miracle.
Okay.
Like a medical miracle, probably.
I can imagine her being like one of those people that maybe had like a really great life. I don't know, in the 1880s, 1890s when she was younger and spry. But that was a while ago.
More like the 1850s or 60s. She was like 80 something when Freda was little.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Maybe she has like a son or something though that you could
cool.
That sounds
Cool,
great.
thanks.
Like someone who never called, and that's why Freda had to go. They never visited, they never called. That's why Freda had to go help all the time.
Yeah. He's probably in France. Who knows? He might even be in Paris. Who knows? Weird.
I don't know. Who knows? Weird.
And then, speaking of people who might be arriving in Paris, so I would love for our new player. I'm so excited. KP, I know KP not personally, like in terms of having spoken to KP, but having stalked KP by watching Void, which is not really stalking. It's just more like being an audience member. I like to think of it that way. Sure. Did I break into his house and watch Void from his house? Yes. Is that stalking? I don't know. But
I say that as you're just checking out the place, your future visitation. Because you have an open invitation. You can come in anytime. You just didn't know it.
He's a vampire, right? You did.
Oh,
great! I get to be another vampire.
Yay! See, people are like, oh, they're a vampire. I was like, wait, I get to be a vampire? Nice.
Open invitation? Come on in.
Our newest player I'm so excited about. KP, tell us who you are. Tell us who you're playing, where your character learned French. And I do have to ask one question for no particular reason. It's just that so far, all of the characters for this season, one of whom's themes is Family Matters, is one of the themes for this season. It's one of the, we have characters have aspects, but also the game has aspects, and every season I change them. And the aspects for this season are Family Matters, everyone has an agenda. Our current issue is everything is compromised, and the impending issue is new players in the game. And since Family Matters and everybody so far has had some kind of a problem with an ex of some sort, I just, in addition to just you telling me how your character has known French, if your character has an ex that I should know about, please just feel free to tell me right now, just in case, for no reason. Like, it's not like it's going to come up.
We're
especially
full up on exes. We are full up on this.
Especially if they might be in Paris. Just let me know if you have an ex in Paris who might be traveling.
It's a trap.
It is a trap. I just want to know, please.
Oh man. Well, first off, I'm KP, also known as KP11 Studios on all your social media. So if you want to check me out, you can go check there. But I am playing Dr. Preetam Jaswant Singh, aka the third prince of the Quechuas dynasty or the Quechuas kingdom. I can't pronounce properly. Quechuas is the thing. He is a young, doe-eyed doctor that just graduated from the University of Oxford, Britain, and was suddenly offered this possible position in part of this resistance in France. And so as part of his training, he had a very quick rush job of catching up on French. He did learn it a little bit considering he is technically a diplomat. He is of royalty. So as part of his education, he learned multiple languages, but let's just say he was not always the most studious of types. And so him just getting that refresh was probably the best he could do. So conversation's fine. Maybe not the best at official documents and things.
So let us.
Well, and then X-wise,
yeah,
he's just a young kid. He's inexperienced in the world of love.
Oh, that works too, though. I mean, interesting.
Poor boy.
Is he hot?
Yes.
I mean,
he's a prince.
Princes are always hot. Royalty is always hot. Just whether they're hot or not, we're like, oh,
money.
That's what it is. I mean, yeah.
That's hot. I think that's hot.
So, let us. Where did we leave off? We left off on Wednesday, December the 10th. Wednesday, December 10th, 1941. It is an unseasonably cold winter. Snow covers everywhere. It is difficult to find food, to find coal or fuel or wood. People are starving in the city. People are freezing. It is difficult. It is terrible. And we're in a moment where things are getting increasingly difficult for the Jewish population in Paris and in France in general. They've just passed a law today, this day and Wednesday, saying that all Jewish people, like no Jewish person is allowed to move. If you live somewhere, you're not allowed to move to a new place. And all Jewish people must have the word Jew placed on their passports and identity cards. So they know where all the Jewish people live and they're not allowed to move. And that is the current situation right now. The other current situation is that Pearl Harbor just happened on Sunday. The United States is not yet in the war. As of today, they're not yet in the war with Germany, but the bombing of Pearl Harbor just happened. They've declared war in Japan. War is happening in Burma. Everything is escalating. Everyone's kind of nervous about what will happen. Seems like big wars on the air, and people are very concerned. I suppose I would also say that at this moment, after there is currently in Paris an escalating tension. It's been only a couple of months since Germany decided to invade the Soviet Union. And as far as the news has to say, the Germans are just steamrolling through the east. They just have hit Moscow. What is not being reported in the French newspapers right now is that they have stalled, and their forward momentum is no longer working out so well because there is snow everywhere, and maybe they should not have spent so long in Croatia and started their
popsicles is what you're saying.
Their popsicles.
Currently popsicles in the freezer.
Yeah, it's not great for them, but that's not being reported because right now what's being reported is that the German Reich will last for 1,000 years and everything is fine. That's what's being reported. Popsicles. And right now, there have been some bombings of synagogues that was actually done by the SS, which you all have found out secretly, and that was just used as an excuse to try to get the SS more power. But it backfired a little bit due to some of the shenanigans of our players, but some other shenanigans. And the head of the SS and the head of the Gestapo were sent off east, bringing in new people. But in retaliation, all the Jewish people of France have to pay 1 million francs. As restitution for some of these attacks. Once Germany declared war on the Soviet Union, the French communists were no longer told not to get involved, and now they've gotten involved, and their way of getting involved involves shooting German soldiers on the streets because they got tired of being shot. So they're like, okay, how about this? When you walk outside, we will shoot you. And that has led to an escalation of retaliations where Germans will attack French civilians, French communists, many of whom are like college students or younger, will ambush and attack German soldiers or officers. And then it goes back and forth with a policy of a hostage policy where if you kill one German, they will round up 100 French people and just shoot them and kill them. And that's what's happening. There's some politics around this because not everybody thinks it's a good idea, but what are we going to do about that? You all have learned that there's going to be a roundup of prominent Jewish French citizens that will happen on Friday, which is basically the day after tomorrow. This is a big deal because so far they have never rounded up French citizens. They've only rounded up Romanians, Russians, people who are not French citizens, and most of the French Jews have felt like they would not be rounded up. And most of the French citizens who are not Jews also were not particularly excited about rounding up French citizens. But word has just come down through some contacts that they're going to round up the richest, most prominent, and influential Jewish French citizens on Friday as a bit of a statement. And that's concerning, but due to the heroism of our group who have blown up one of the rail lines that will take people out east, even if they do round up those French citizens, they will not be able to ship them out east. So at the moment, they will probably be able to be at least safe in France. Through some of the work, through the heroism of our Frida, who was able to bring out some important documents, they have learned that there's going to be a meeting in January, the end of January, in this conference center on the Wannsee, where really, really, really important high-ranking Nazi officials are all going to talk about something that seems to have to do with a list of all of the Jews that are in Europe. Every single, with each country accounting how many people live, how many Jewish people live in that country. It looks pretty sinister, and they don't exactly know what's going to happen at that meeting, but that meeting is coming, and people are trying to wonder what to do about it. And the only other thing to sort of ponder is that there's a really big welcoming party happening on Friday, which will be to welcome in the brand new head of the Gestapo. The head of the new SS has not been assigned yet, but there'll be a new head of the Gestapo, and that person's coming in. It's already here, and there's going to be a big party with all of the high society folks to welcome them all in, and our crew will be catering the flowers and or being there. And that is sort of where we sort of lead our group. But let us first start with a meeting in London. A meeting that happened, I suppose I should say that Tango and Sylvie, two of their members, this will come up in a moment, had to leave because Tango's mother has been poisoned by his ex, is being poisoned by his ex. So he and his girlfriend had to go back to the United States to stop that. And they
There's
were.
a whole X thing.
There's a whole X thing
over here at KP. You've like walked into the.
There's some X's. There's some
I'm
X's.
so glad I don't have any X's. Goddamn.
Not yet, though.
To
Are
passion, the passiones.
But wait, are you sure you don't have any X's? Like not even one who just might be here and evil? Because if you did, I would note it.
If you're talking about my crush when I was 9 years old, maybe.
Dang it. Wait, is she
Oh,
an
God.
assassin or he? Are they an assassin? I'm just
Say
asking.
no. Just say no.
No.
I'll think about it. So
Just
I'll just think about it. No, assassin. Anyway, I was just thinking about the 9-year-old assassin. But so Tango and Sylvie had to leave, and there was a mini sub coming in at the coast, and the courier, Falstaff, was going to take them off to this mini sub so they could leave. And we're going to hit that mini sub actually right now. But before we do, we want to go a little bit earlier in time. A meeting when our newest recruit is getting his mission brief. I'm going to, I believe I can do this. Just, yes. Right now on screen, it is just KP and I. So all the rest of you can just go, like right now, everyone's doing their rock and roll and no one can see it. It's just us two.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Everybody sees everything. Y'all are on screen still.
Our young prince is finds himself in an office. This is an office on Baker Street in London, and it is one of the headquarters of the SOE. And you have finished your training. You have been successful in your training. I'd like to ask you for 3 roles, though, actually, just to get a sense of how your training went. You were not given the training for radio operator because that's an extra add-on. You were just given the basic training of about like 2, 3, 4 weeks. A lot of different things happened in that training. And I would like to ask you to give me 3 roles to sort of think about your training, how well you did. The first one I will ask you has to do with a boat. You and your team were brought to a lake. And in the center of the lake, there is a floater with like a heavy gear on it. And what you need to do is you need to take a boat out into the center of the lake, get the gear, and then bring it back. And when they bring you in with your team of people, all of you fresh recruits, there are a number of boat pieces disassembled, and you have a time limit. And you have to figure out how to get yourself over the lake to get the thing and back within a short amount of time. And you can use anything in your environment to do this, but you have a time limit. And I'm going to ask you, what skill would you use in this circumstance? There's a lake, it's forested around the lakes, there are trees everywhere, and you're brought to a clearing right in the center where you have just this sort of disassembled boat, like lots like logs would, and the rest of the area you can't see. You can just kind of see the middle area where this sort of floater is with this gear on it. And there's like a group of 5 or 6 of you deciding what you are going to do.
I'm not sure if this would be mechanics or tradecraft. Would tradecraft be applicable here? Something that just because of the names sounds like
it's interesting.
Trade.
Now, tradecraft would imply that you're not going to go and build a boat. It would imply you're going to do something different.
Okay.
What would you do differently?
I'm just trying to remember what tradecraft itself.
But that's interesting. Like, so tradecraft is like being sneaky. It is checking things out. You could roll tradecraft if you wanted to.
Okay.
People are going to roll different things, right? Somebody's going to try
to.
Somebody's going to sort of roll mechanics.
Because he's not very much of a mechanic, so he wouldn't really know how to put it all together. I think at this point the main thing he'll take up is more of like a leadership sort of a role.
That would be rapport.
Rapport? Oh, okay. Which I do I have that? Yeah, I do actually. There we go.
So you have rapport, tradecraft, or mechanics.
Well, mechanics is mediocre, so that's not something he's gonna be very adept at. So I think he would have this kind of a moment of just like staring and just wondering what to do, and then kind of just looking at everybody, the resources at hand, and being the royal person that he is, the royalty he is, he knows how to lead, or at least maybe not to the same level as his father or his brothers, but at least he has that ingrained in him, and he takes this moment to kind of just organize everything and just starts giving orders out to be like, oh hey, just at least gather everything together, bring everything together, and then you're there, what is your skill set, and then just like trying to find out what each person does, and then hopefully using that be able to create a team that would be able to help assist in bringing this boat back together.
Give me rapport then, and you have a difficulty of 2. This is a fair challenge.
And then so what do I do here? Once I click it, input value, rating plus,
and you don't have to add anything special, so just click through that.
Okay, submit.
Okay, so you have a mediocre. So let's talk about your options here. So this is a failure, as it is at the moment. You can, if you have an applicable aspect, which you do, you are a prince after all, you can spend a fate point to give yourself a +2, or to re-roll that if you like. And that would get you to tie, which is a partial success, or you can succeed at a major cost.
Oh yeah, you told me about that. I think I think honestly, he'll just knowing who he is, the
Mhm.
reason he even became a doctor and
Mhm.
not continue on this path of royalty is
Mhm.
because he is the third in
Yeah.
line. So he never really aspired to be it in the first place. So he never
Mhm.
really applied himself in the leadership sort of classes. So he thought he could do it,
Yeah.
but ultimately he couldn't get that rousing speech
Oh,
going. So I think this is applicable. I think the failure is well
okay.
taken.
So I think what ends up happening is that you try, right? And you all spend quite a lot of time, but it takes too long. And I think there's probably some fairly arrogant dude who thinks they're a better
Mhm.
leader, and there's too many cooks right in the kitchen, and this is and like people can't get the boat to work. And in the end, what you learn is that there was a fully assembled boat in the woods that if you just search the area rather than just go right to the boat, you would have found it and it would have been easier. So let's go to your second challenge. Your second challenge is you have a mission, and that mission is to go into a room. You're going to be outside of a room, and inside the room there is a Nazi official, and you have to go in there and kill that person. So you just have to go into the room and kill the person. You don't have anything on you, like you have nothing, but you've had some training on like how to poke people in the eye, but you don't have a knife, you don't have a gun, and there's going to be basically a dummy. Like there'll be like a dummy behind a desk, is what you've been told. You have to rush in there and just kill that person. So you don't know what's inside the room at all, but you know there's going to be somebody in there that you need to kill. You've never killed anyone before. This is a dummy, so it's not a real kill. And I'm going to ask you, what is the first skill you want to use when you come into that room?
Medic skill.
Interesting. All right.
Because as a doctor, he would know specific points on a
Mhm.
human being's body that is
Mhm.
vulnerable and could possibly cause either instant loss of consciousness or be very quick kill.
Okay. Roll medic. Difficulty 2.
Okay. And then submit. Do I need to so I don't need to add anything in the input value, right?
Only when you get like special bonuses.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Ooh, superb. Okay. So you rush into this room, of course, right? And there's a dummy that's there. And probably what happens is you see a letter opener on the desk that you can sort of like snatch up and then, stab right carotid arteries.
Like a surgical cut.
Surgical cut. I think what ends up happening, of course, is that you succeed in killing this dummy. I'm going to ask you a follow-up question about that. But what you don't notice, because you didn't take time to look, just like none of your team took time to look at the lake, there were 2 guards in this room besides the person behind the desk. And when you rushed in and you killed that person accidentally, you didn't notice these 2 guards on the side. And that was like yet again one of those things. Look first. And this is like part of the sort of like the learning. You killed them so that you got good praise from the team. But like most people, you didn't notice the guards, and you're like, oh, all right. And
my character's gonna die so quickly.
But this is why you go through training. You're like, oh.
I promise Regina will not let that happen.
And then your third task is going to be will. I think it's going to be will. It could be deceive. We'll talk about it. So this would be somewhere close to the end of your training. And in your training, there's like quite a few that you're going through. And sometimes you wake up in the morning and people who were in training with you are just no longer there anymore. They're just gone in the middle of the night. And you don't know what happened to them. And people don't talk about what happened to them, but they probably washed out in some way. They weren't found, good enough. And one night, you are awoken to a bag over your head. And in your sleeping clothes, your pajamas, you're dragged through the night. And this is, let's see, if you're coming in December, it's winter and you're probably in Scotland, so it's cold and miserable. And you are dragged into a basement room. And people who had been your instructors are now interrogating you. They're asking you what your name is, where you were born, all sorts of fake information that you were given to memorize earlier, a couple days earlier. Just remember, like, oh, that your name is like, Jean-Pierre so-and-so, and you're this, and you're that, and you're this and that, and all these things you had to memorize. And they're asking you these questions of like, who are you? Where were you born? What street is your home address on? They want to know what you were doing in that office. Why were you in the office? Like, they're asking you questions to try to break your story in the middle of the night after not having a lot of sleep. I would like to know how you are going to resist interrogation. Normally, you resist with will when they're asking you questions. But do you have a different thing you would like to do?
Actually, will sounds great.
Mm-hmm. Roll it. Difficulty 2.
Yeah.
I would like you to tell me how you succeed with style. Because you don't just succeed. Because if you make a roll by more than 3, you succeed with style. I want you to tell me how they, after just hammering you, question after question after question after question, every single detail. Why were you in the train yard? Why were you in the train yard? What were you doing in the train yard? How do you get through this interrogation?
I think he just goes into like, I'm just a doctor. I'm just here to assist. I'm sorry, I don't know why I was there. I think I took the wrong turn. I apologize. Can you please I just need to go back to my clinic. I have a patient who is waiting for me, please.
And they try for hours, actually. They decide that they think you're going to break. Right? And maybe they would have kept you for an hour, but they keep you for 3 hours trying to get you to break. And they ask you questions like, okay, well, then who's your patient? What's your patient's name? What's wrong with them? And they keep asking you all these details. Difficult
Half of them
details.
are just things I remembered from the textbooks that I've learned.
Mm-hmm. And they can't get you at all. They can't get you. And after about 3 hours, they stop and they say, well, good job then. Singh, you did a good job.
Thank you, sir.
And they give you a cup of coffee, right? They give you some food, and they say, you don't have to start early in the morning yet. You can sleep in an extra hour. And overall, you have very high marks. They say that you need to sort of think about your leadership. They want you to sort of ponder leadership and work on that as a skill. They want you to work on.
Of my life.
It's like your dad. And after your training, which included all sorts of daring do and hypothermia, you were brought to an office in London, and you're sitting in the office of a woman, Vera Atkins. And she's a British woman who's got her hair up in kind of a severe bun, very serious looking woman. And she's the woman who's in charge of the agents who are sent into France. She's not the head of Section F, but she's the head of all the people in Section F. And she looks at you, and she says, well, Your Highness, we have a mission for you. You will be sent into France.
Jolly good.
I must say, though, your particular background opens you up to some opportunities that other agents might not have.
Well, any way I could help?
We would like you to go in under your actual name, rather than under an alias.
But would that not put me in some sort of any risk, considering my ties?
Yes. There's always risk, of course, but we have ways around that. While you were in training, we took the opportunity to publish some letters under your name in Italian in Italy.
I was not aware I knew Italian.
Well, you do. You see, you are perhaps not so pleased with British colonialism, and you have said so on more than one occasion in Italian newspapers where you have been living as part of Franco, as part of the Duces, or Mussolini's Italy. You've been working as a doctor there. We have paperwork, of course, confirming that you've been there. And we now have made sure that there have been some angry letters to the editor under your name. No photographs, of course. No one knows what you look like. But they know your name as being an agitator against British... Well, against the Raj, of course. And making statements saying that perhaps the Axis would be helpful to getting Indian independence. And with such a bit of a track record, you seem more friendly to the Axis. And we have taken, and she just passes some paperwork over. We've got some tickets saying that you'll be traveling from Rome to Paris on train. We have train tickets there for you. But it looks like you're going to be moving from Rome to Paris. So, a prince has a lot of connections, and, well, people in Paris, they like names and they like status. It is a place where if you have status, you get access to things.
Oh, good. Something I've been trying to get away all my life, and here it is, pressing against my face.
Well, I certainly hope that your family doesn't speak Italian.
Oh, my friend, you don't know what they are capable of, but when has the British rule ever really considered us any sort of a equal? But nah.
Well, you'll be doing good things for king and country. And I know that you will make the empire proud, even if it involves a little bit of deception, because sometimes we must do unfortunate things to stop fascism and oppression. I'm sure you understand.
Oh, very much so.
Good. So, I realize that it will be somewhat distressing to your reputation, but I'm sure after the war's over, any sort of, well, unfortunateness will be cleared up. Also, I must say, unfortunately, you would not be the only British citizen who has turned against their country and spoken for the other side. There's a man named Lord Haw-Haw, is what he's calling himself, who is just...
Am I supposed to laugh every time I say his name?
Well, I wish you would. He's ridiculous. He's some sort of minor aristocracy who's left the UK and has gone to Germany and just is all over propaganda radio, saying the most beastly things about the UK and the fight. So, you would not be a stranger. There have been a number of Brits who are, well, collaborators, as it were, and we are setting you up to be one.
Sorry, can you repeat the last bit again?
Yes, we're setting you up to be a collaborator. You would not be the first, and we feel as if it would be, you would be able to get access to things that other people might not.
Well, if my name could help with this cause, I'm willing to give it.
That's what we want to hear. Now, we're going to be sending you in under mini-submarine. Luckily, we've had better relations with the Royal Navy, and they will actually ship you over. We're taking you over by sub rather than plane for two reasons. One, the moon is not full, so it's not the right time, and we want to bring you over as quickly as possible. But secondly, you'll need to be going over with luggage. If you're moving from Rome, it won't look right if you don't have a full set of suitcases. We have a pair of suitcases for you, full of Italian clothes. We have Italian money for you. Everything should be taken care of. You'll be taking them with you on the mini submarine. You'll be being met with a courier named Falstaff, who will take you into, he will take you into a train that you will get on board and then travel your way into Paris. When you arrive, I must say we had different plans for you originally. We actually had a plan for you to meet up with a different cell of ours. Well, there was a cell, Lysistrata, that we wanted you to meet up with. However, they have been disbanded. There's only one cell at the moment that we can have you that would be functioning, and Falstaff has been complaining our ear off for the last who knows how long about how they need more people and how there's not enough, well, there are not enough people in Paris. So there's a group, Elsinore is what they're called. At least that's what they're called right now. They go by a couple of different names, also Bricktops, but Elsinore is what we call them. Falstaff will direct you to them. He'll bring you in, and once you get into Paris, there's a small, there's a small flower shop that they're based out of. You should go into this flower shop, and you should ask for green carnations. They will know this already. We'll have sent in a radio broadcast so they can expect you coming. And you will meet up, I'm sure, with Falstaff again. He will not be able to go in with you directly because you'll be going on train, he'll be going on, well, foot. So, do you have any questions?
Yes, this is all fine and dandy and all, but I'm assuming what about my retinue?
Oh, well, they can't come with you, of course.
I mean, a prince, what is a prince without his retinue, without his people? I would assume if we wanted to sell this properly, I should have someone assisting me, some sort of assistants and couriers and well, my retinue.
Yes, understandable, of course, Your Highness, but we're severely understaffed. At the moment, we've lost at least 4 or 5 cells in Paris just in the last week or so, due to an infiltration, and so we don't have a lot of people. However, if you care to recruit, that is one of the goals that you have. Recruiting more trustworthy agents, I would say, of course, move slowly, get to know people, get to know their weaknesses, their strengths, if they can be trusted, and then slowly recruit people into the cell. Your cell leader is the assistant section leader, Regina Krauser. She will, once you get to the flower shop, I'm sure that you'll meet up with her, and she can give you more information, but recruiting is one of the top priorities. We're actually looking forward to a broadcast from her fairly soon. Hopefully, we'll be getting information about an engineer who's coming in. But I would say recruit people who can serve as your retinue.
Understood. I'll do my best.
On the plus side, you'll have quite a bit of money that we've, most of it forged, that we can give you, and being legitimately there in Paris, you can actually rent an apartment. You won't have to find some sort of sneaky safe house. You can actually have a place where you can officially be. You'll probably want to discuss with your cell some sort of smaller safe house where you might be able to go, but at least you have legitimate reasons to be there and to rent.
Understood. Any other information that I should know?
Well, yes. And you can see that she hesitates a little bit. She says, if you might, since you're going there in person, if you might deliver a small package to the section leader. Not leave it unopened, of course.
Of course.
If you might. One is obvious, one is less obvious. And she hands you a small package, which she hands over. It's a very small little box, which she hands over to you. That goes to the section leader. And she goes underneath her desk and she pulls out a bag of oranges from Florida. This is also to be delivered. Since you're coming from the Mediterranean, it wouldn't be strange for you actually to have oranges. So, and also you are wealthy and well off, and having oranges is a sign of status. And so it feels like this is technically supposed to go to, well, the singer there, but I'll leave these with you then.
All right. Well, what an odd package. Well, what's one more, I suppose?
Yes. Just deliver this smaller package, that's all.
What do I... Should I just leave this here?
The oranges? Well, they're having food shortages. I'm sure they would love to have them. In your package, by the way, there's some Genoa ham, there's some sort of meat and some sort of food goods that I'm sure they'd find useful. Well, yes, but you can sell them or trade them. It's really this there for black marketeering, really.
Fair enough.
You know, because it's well, everyone's starving, aren't they?
Hmm.
I mean, you do know everyone's starving, right?
Well, of course.
Okay,
I
good.
have to deal with patients who are coming in and going all the time.
Oh, good.
I'm aware.
Well, if you need anything, this group will be helpful. Yes. So, we're going to get you... Oh, we're going to have to probably take out your fillings and replace them. Don't worry. Come, we have a bit of medical work to do.
Oh, fillings?
Oh.
And then walks.
Yes. I mean, your fillings read British Empire. We need to make sure you have French fillings, just in case you're going undercover. And by the way, you'll be quite useful because, after all, anyone going to any hospital in occupied France, that will be reported to the authorities immediately. So, your job will be to help, resistance members who can't go to the hospital. But first, we have to change our fillings.
All right. Well, let's get this over with.
And it's like a bit of a whirlwind few days of changing out your fillings so your fillings look continental, making sure that your shoes are worn, like everything, like all of your clothing has to be clothing that looks like it came from Italy, not from the UK. They give you a full head-to-toe change, including a little bit of a changing just your haircut a little bit so that you look a bit more continental. So it looks like that you have been living in Italy for a while, for some months or at least, or maybe a year, rather than not living in the UK, and just checking how you use your utensils and making sure everything works. And
the one thing he says is
yeah.
just don't touch the beard.
Oh, no, it's all right. It's just that right now your hair just looks a little bit too Oxford. The haircut, it's won't do. and it's a bit more cosmetic, but it's all these little things that would give you away, right? And at the very last minute before you get on the sub with your luggage, like you've got a steamer trunk, you've got a bunch of things that look like a person who's moving their practice in their life. The last thing is that Vera Atkins, she turns to you and she says, "Turn out all of your pockets."
Oh. And then he takes it out, and all you really see is just like his, I'm assuming a couple, like his wallet, a couple lots of cash. That's pretty much it. He doesn't have much in his pockets.
Do you smoke?
Oh, I mean, it's not a habit, but if the occasion calls for it.
Would you like my cigarette, please?
Oh,
she says.
Sure. And then he pulls out a matchbox, lights it. And...
She takes your matchbox.
Wait, are lighters a thing now?
They are, but they're pretty like good heavy duty lighters, you know?
Yeah, and they're usually military issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She looks at the matchbox. She goes, "Your Highness."
Well, you didn't do your job right.
Also your job. And she takes the matchbox from you and she hands you an Italian matchbox. Just be careful. Don't get killed.
I'll do my best. You've trained me well, sir.
All right.
Oh, madame.
It's all right. So, bonne chance. And there's this small mini sub for you that can hold like 4 people maybe, and like and she kind of they load you all in, and you take this sort of long boat ride to France. It's cold, of course, in the sub, and you can hear like being in a sub underwater, especially a very, very small sub, is a strange feeling because the subs themselves are pretty dirty. You get really sort of like it's this kind of weird mix of being hot because you're enclosed, but you're in under the ocean, so it's sort of cold, and you can just hear the weird sounds of metal creaking. but it's not that long of a trip. And when you arrive, there are 3 people awaiting you. An Asian American woman, a man in a banana shirt, and a fellow who has this sort of kind of an ugly scar on his face, who you have seen before, although when you saw him, he did not have an ugly scar on his face. You saw him at Oxford. He was an alumnus. He had graduated from there sometime earlier. I mean, this fellow is in his late 30s, early 40s, probably. And so he'd been at Oxford. You'd seen him before. He'd been there for some sort of like alumni party or a gathering. You know him. I mean, you know this fellow as the son of a viscount. So he's sort of in the sort of aristocratic circles that you have traveled in. But you are much, much younger than he is, of course. But yes, like you know that he's like the son of a viscount, sort of fairly important politician who has been somewhat. Well, could you give me a rapport roll?
Oh, okay.
Yes, this would be like or contacts, either one, either contacts or rapport.
So I'll do rapport. And hey,
Great.
I'm on a roll.
So I will give you a piece of data, and then you can ask me a question. This is a discover roll. One thing you know is that his father is somewhat. His mother is very well regarded. She was a nurse during World War I, and she's also an aristocrat. And she like treated like over 1,000 people, right? She's like this like really big socialite who does a lot of work. His father was the ambassador to Berlin during the Weimar Republic, and he was a real pro-German. He was like he thought that all of the embargoes and sanctions against Germany post World War I were bad ideas, and that there was no need to punish Germany so heavily post World War I, and that punishing Germany post World War I would only cause lots of troubles. And also the Germans would never go and rearm and attack anybody anyway. They were pretty fine. And people saw him as a huge appeaser and like far too pro-German. They thought he was far too pro-German, this fellow's father. And after all the sanctions did cause lots of trouble, and Germany started rearming and causing, you know, basically that his family was a little bit was disgraced. Because his father was sort of known as being this huge pro-German ambassador. So now, of course, he was pro-German before Nazi Germany. He was pro-German like when Germany was a republic, but people don't really care about those details anymore. They just kind of like to talk smack. And you know this fellow as the son who, Viscount, he doesn't have the title yet. He's the son of this fellow. And very hyper-patriotic. Like hyper patriotic. This son probably
Son is
probably because his father is completely a bit of a laughing stock, as it were. You know, a bit of a
patriotic to Britain. Then.
Yes, he's very like go Britain, go Britain all the time, and he probably has given speeches at Oxford about the importance of supporting the empire and all that business. And this is this fellow that that you have met before. You did not know you were going to meet somebody you met before, but he's there. But you do not know these other 2 people. And when you arrive,
do we have a name for this person?
Yes. Well, you know his actual name, but presumably this is Falstaff, the person who you are supposed to meet. That's his code name. But his actual name, let me give that to you, is. Let me get that. Where are my characters? His actual name is, I believe it's under Sir Francis Vincent. He's knighted, of course. He's all of that. He's very much an Oxford person, right? He's like his father's a viscount. He's been knighted. He's in the military. He's been decorated for bravery. Probably a lot of trying to live down his father's reputation, sort of fellow. Um, And when you arrive with all of your baggage and luggage, he sees you, he looks at the luggage and goes, "Oh, well, I say, I have a question for you. What is the code name that they would have given you?"
Oh, right. Crap, I was going to look that up. I was going to say steady hand.
Steady hand. Mm-hmm. Oh, steady hand. Falstaff.
Hello, Falstaff.
Welcome to France. And he sort of just turns the other two and says, "Well, you two, Gertrude, Tango, this is your sub.
Hello.
And they both nod at you, and they're clearly in this kind of very heavy emotional space. They seem to have been crying. She's pregnant. Clearly she's pregnant. She looks to be about like 6 months pregnant, perhaps. And they get into this sub, which leaves you with this fellow as well. It's good to have another fellow from Oxford with us.
Indeed. I didn't expect to see you out here.
Well, yes. I have been here quite some time. I'm glad you didn't expect to see me, because if you did, that means that we would not have been doing our job. I didn't know that you were coming. But you know what's quite... You know what is... He says, well, let me go help you with this luggage. And he starts...
thank you.
Like hauling the steamer trunk with you as you start moving your bags. He's like, "We're gonna have to go across land until we can get to a spot where I can get you on the train." I will say there, the one terrible thing about you arriving is that we won't be able to play cricket, will we? I would give everything away.
Well, all for a better cause, I suppose.
It is indeed, but I do miss a little bit of
Well, you did have a mean swing.
Thank you. Well, it was
not as good as how I bowled, though.
No, not at all. I would just say that sort of alumni and student game was that was quite good. It lasted 4 days. That was a jolly good game. I have to tell you something. I'm bringing you into a cell. They are. Well, I don't know what they're going to be now in the future. They were too loud in the past, but I suspect with the new situation, it might be quite good. Support your leader. She's quite good. Brave.
That's good to hear.
Let me just say, I'm glad to have another Brit on the team. There were too many Americans for my taste there before. But just to forewarning, the entire team, they're all Jerrys, aren't they? They're all Germans. Just so you know.
Well, I mean, all the more admirable that they're willing to part ways with their country to help out the cause.
Yes, they are. But, well, they don't know how to play cricket, do they?
Well, neither did we Indians, but you taught us, didn't you?
Well, now you're quite good. I mean, I want to say, next time we have...
No, we're better, I would say.
Well, depends on which team we're talking about. I mean, some of your teams are quite good, but I mean, I don't know. I still actually feel like, well, I mean, look, I would say if we go to Danbury, I feel like that's small. You've never seen my team, but well. One of these days.
That's because you were too scared to show them to me.
Well, no, all right, that might be so. And like, there's like a sort of traveling this way, and you can see that there's because you had a fairly good rapport roll. There's a kind of an ease that he has with you that once he got to see who you were, there's a sort of relaxation with him that as you're walking through the countryside, it's dark and you're walking through forests and you're walking like a dirt road. There's a kind of like it could be a nice time. Do you know what I mean? Like that kind of moment where you could be having, like, there's just a little bit of nostalgia that sort of creeps in, right, in his speech with you. He goes, "Well, I have to say, I'm glad you're here.
Well, good to be here. I'm glad to see a familiar face. It does help ease in a bit."
Yes. So just so you know, my covers as a mailman, letter carrier. So I'll be out and about. I meet with your cell about once a week if I can, once every 2 weeks if I can't. Well, I'm going to tell you something, and I wouldn't normally say this, but after all, you have I like the cut of your jib, and you're an Oxford man after all, so I can tell you something I probably shouldn't, but I thought you might want to know. There's a little bit of trouble going on.
Trouble? What sort?
Well, I mean, of course, there's always the Nazi trouble, isn't there? But there's a bit of other trouble that you'll have to know about. I'm not supposed to share this information, but...
Well, then perhaps we should keep it remain classified. I don't know. I don't want to get you in trouble.
No,
but
no,
if
no,
it feels like something that you shouldn't mention.
No, I shouldn't, but... Well, I'm loyal to the crown, aren't I? And some things, well, should be said. So, de Gaulle has sent people into Paris. I had a meeting with one of them. They're beginning to organize their own resistance groups independently, which should be fine, except that, well, this is high-level politics, but de Gaulle's a bit squirrely, a bit strange. Even though we're allies, he's not been very cooperative. As a matter of fact, he's been actually stonewalling us in various ways and making life quite difficult for the SOE. I suspect, complaining about us all the time behind our backs, some people made some speeches that did not help any of that business. I suspect he's trying to undermine us subtly. So, when you're trying to recruit or look out, just be aware that de Gaulle, they're technically allies, but... And I shouldn't say anything about it because it's not cricket, is it, to go and say something against our allies, but I will tell you this. Don't quite trust them. And I think that they're trying to poach our people. So, when you're there, just be aware that not all of our allies are allies.
Well, that's another layer, I suppose, but thank you for that. Well, that's disappointing.
Yes. Well, we'll see. This whole communist trouble's not helping at all either. Look, Paris is dangerous. There's shooting going on the street, so keep your nose clean and head down and, well, I suppose, whatever your assignment is. They haven't given me the details, but I'm sure that you have them and you'll give them to your section leader and you'll take care of that. I'm kept with minimal information, just enough. For security's purposes.
Well, let's hope this all goes down well.
I hope so. All right. We're at this train yard here. Pay attention. The train, when it comes around this bend, is going to slow down. Usually it has to stop because, well, the rails aren't quite right. When it stops, I want you to get on the third car. You've got your tickets, I presume. This train will take you right into Paris, direction from Rome. When you're sort of questioned, I'm sure you have a cover story, everything will be fine. It'll take me a bit of time to get back myself to get into Paris, but presumably you're heading towards the flower shop, meet with them, and, good luck.
Well, thank you. This was a great journey. Thank you. I'm glad I had it with you.
Me too. Well, and he shakes your hand with a big, hearty shake.
Nice, firm, hearty shake. Oxford handshake.
It's a good Oxford handshake. He goes, well, you know what? When we get back to dear old Blighty, I will take you out to a drink.
That sounds wonderful.
My gentleman's club.
Not before I beat you in a game of cricket.
Oh, well. You know, you are a very good bowler, but... well, I mean, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty well.
We'll see.
We'll see. By the way, races. I don't think you're a member of my gentleman's club, but I'll get you in.
Excellent.
It'll be my pleasure.
I thank you for your kindness and for your company, and I will wish you a safe journey.
Your Highness, that's the last time I'll be saying that because in country and all, but
please, doctor is just fine.
Of course. Well, depending on your cover, I'll just call you whatever it is that I'm supposed to.
Fair enough.
Well, and once the train comes, right, it slows down. And the thing about trains before this era is that takes them a long time to slow down and speed up. And so once it slows down, you have enough time to sort of get on secretly. And he helps you with your bags, sort of sneak on this train as it slowly takes its way off, and you leave this sort of very, very British aristocrat with this nasty, nasty facial scar, new, fresh one. You leave him at the edge of the forest as you sort of head towards the city. And as you're sitting there, before we move on, I have to do one last thing. It's nighttime. Most people are sleeping. It's pretty quiet. It's late Wednesday as you're coming in. Trains are often late at this point in time because there's always problems on the train tracks with bombing and all of that. And so you never know when you're going to arrive. So it's sort of late, and you get to your seat. And it's not too long, maybe 45 minutes, when your little cabin door opens up.
Well, that's pretty bold of you to open my door without asking.
And there are German guards, Nazi guards there. And they look and they go, "Papers, please. Your papers."
Right here.
They look at your papers. "I'm going to need you to roll me a deceive."
Which I'm not the best at.
This is a 3, because you're now in country.
Will, medic, empathy, rapport. There it is, deceive. Okay, average. Average is not bad. And submit. Hey!
You have tied with them.
Oh, I don't know if that means that's a good thing.
You have a choice. You can succeed at a minor cost. You can fail, but get a boost, or you can get a partial success.
I'll do it at a minor cost.
All right. So the minor cost is going to be a little bit of ransacking of your goods. Like, well, looking at your papers, we don't know if this is all in line. You're coming from Italy, is that right? How do we know you're coming from Italy? Open your bags.
Well, please feel free to check.
And they start going through your bags. And like, what is this? What is this?
That is my undergarments.
Right, but what is this here? It's like some sort of ham.
I mean, food is, for traveling, I would say.
Food is for traveling, but this looks a little suspicious. These things are going to have to take this ham. What is this? Is this chocolate? Is this sort of Italian chocolates? We're not quite certain these Italian chocolates are authorized. We'll just take these as well.
Is there any more of my food you would like to
Are you giving
suspect?
us trouble?
Not at all. I was just wondering if there's any more food. You seem, if I may help you, I am a proponent of one who is well fed, and therefore I think you are doing an admirable job. And if my food can help you, there's no need for deceit. There's no need for any form of theatrics. If you would like some food, please come share with my food. I am happy to oblige.
You don't need to eat with you. And they just like look.
You don't have to eat here. You can take it with you, sir.
And take a nice tie. And they like take one of your ties. They take your chocolate, your ham, and a nice tie, like a silk tie, and they leave, but they don't give you any more hassle that evening, although they have taken some of your stuff because, they're power tripping, really, is what that is.
Yep.
And you will arrive late in the morning, but let us go back to our whole entire crew and see how they are doing this fine this fine day. It is Wednesday night. You've all said goodbye to Sylvie and Tango, and have, I imagine, retired for the evening.
I have a question. Where's Frida
course.
sleeping now? Because
Yeah,
she's not
that's a
rooming
great
with the
question.
drummer.
We
at
have
this
an
point.
apartment. We have
Okay.
the apartment above the flower shop that's now empty. It doesn't have Tango or Sylvia in it anymore.
So I imagine they move you into this apartment.
Okay.
It is.
I just
definitely
wanted to
help,
check
yeah.
to see if I had to sleep in the screaming room or.
I mean, you can if you want
Nobody
to.
has to sleep in the scream chamber. Will
Cool.
I got plans for that.
Oh.
Your apartment, just so you know, is
Yes.
on a half floor, right? So you're in one of these.
Oh, like one of those little loft. Yeah.
Yeah, you're in one of these Houseman buildings where the first floor, it's like a 6-story building, but the
Mhm.
first floor is all shops.
Mhm.
And then the first floor, right, so the ground floor is all shops. There is a
Mhm.
half floor that exists between the ground floor and like the first real floor. And the first real floor has very few apartments in it, and they're all really, really big and full of rich people. And then the next floor is slightly smaller, but still rich people, and then middle class people, and then poorer people, and then the attic is just full of like super poor people and servants, because there are no elevators, and who wants to
Yeah,
live?
that's a lot of stairs.
It's a lot of
I
stairs.
understand completely.
Yeah, so
And I live on the bottom floor for a reason.
yeah, right. The more money you have, the lower your floor,
Like the less stairs you have.
the less stairs. But this half floor is not. It's like it's the ceiling's actually quite low. It is the place where traditionally people who worked in the shops would live. They'd be the apartments for people who worked in the shops, or storage, or a combination of both.
Or both, yeah.
So you have a sort of it's not super small. Like it's a small apartment, but it's not like one small room like up in the attic. But it's kind of low ceilings. But it was clearly an apartment that housed a married couple with kids, like a couple of kids there. The people who lived here before you, now whom you are in a way, you're their cousins. You're the cousin of the
Yeah.
woman who owned the space. What do you do to make this place a little bit more livable?
Ooh, well, first of all, she just so it looks like a married couple with kids was here. First thing she does is put anything kid related away in a closet under a sheet. She does not want to. Yeah, no, that's that's the first thing she would do, and then she just kind of probably rearrange the furniture.
And this apartment is cold.
Mhm.
You don't have a lot of heating. There's not a lot of food in here, but it is yours, sort of.
You know, she doesn't have to share it with a drummer, so
Also, this is the first time that you have lived alone since you were forced into marriage by your gross husband.
yeah, if ever.
If ever.
'Cause imagine she had roommates
Yep.
or
Yes,
stayed
definitely.
at friends' houses or friends' houses a lot. So
how do you
bit
feel?
weird.
How do you feel
Bit
being in this
weird.
place?
She's glad her husband isn't here, but it is a little weird being alone, and a lot has happened in the past day, let alone past month or so.
Yeah.
So I think she probably has a hard time getting to sleep at night.
When you can't sleep, what do you do?
Usually, when she can't sleep, she just lays for the past 8 years. She's just laid very still and pretended to sleep.
Yeah.
But she doesn't have to do that anymore. So I'd imagine that she probably, if there's the materials for it, she might do a bit of knitting.
Yeah. Now, what about?
And she would sing while she knits, but it's late and she doesn't want to wake people up. So she'd probably just be humming and knitting. Maybe rocking in a chair a little bit.
And what about our two good Germans, one of whom has been shot in the leg? You get to go back.
Flesh wound. It's
Flesh
just a
wound.
flesh wound.
You get to go back to your apartment in one of the most expensive hotels in all of Paris, the Hotel Majestic. Your grand apartment, lush, full of the nicest things, best thread count. Of course, there's food, any kind of food you need at any time. All the people, there are people who work there who are cooks who will be up at any time to make you food because they're French and you're German. And if you want stuff, they will get it for you because they have to. That sort of nice, beautiful portrait of the Führer right there in your living room and that place of honor. And you two get to go home.
I imagine that we've been living here now, what, like a month?
Mm-hmm.
I imagine Regina has started a game with Oscar. Every time they enter this place together, if they see somebody, if Regina sees somebody she doesn't like, or just like that Nazi, like that Nazi, she probably just leans over and goes, "I'd like to put 2 bullets, 1 in each eye. Her, I'd put a fork through her hand."
And then Oscar would see someone that he knows from maybe the propaganda division, and he would say, "That one right there, I would like to have them only be able to look at the Fuhrer's paintings just for the rest of their life."
And Regina like fakes it on Oscar, and she goes, "Yes, that would be torture."
And like the major domo nods to you both as you sort of come in. Can I get a deception from Regina?
Also, while that's being rolled, Trooper Oscar, under the guise of the dutiful husband and German, is telling everyone the story about how, with the explosion and everybody in the train.
What? What's happened? What are you talking about?
Oh, this is...
Says the people at the hotel.
Right. It was horrible. They attacked us.
What are you talking about?
This is resistance. So I have it on camera. I'm sure I have to develop the film.
What?
I saw it. We was there.
Wait, what? Wait, what? And then all the flies start buzzing, right? All of a sudden, if there was an attack, all of a sudden people want to know there are going to be soldiers coming in. You're going to be sort of taken in for an interview, not an interrogation, but if you were attacked.
Oh,
yes.
there's not
know.
A question asked whenever he's brought in for an interview. Yeah. He says everything they could possibly think to ask. Everything. This was as well as I could tell because the lens was beginning to frost. And then I just wiped the lens and then we heard it. And then, just goes on with...
Yeah, Regina just reacts with gasp and tears. And she goes, "I'd show you, but it's on my leg."
Wait, what? And they
shot me.
They're going to have to get a doctor. Like it's a whole thing. I need deceit from both of you all.
Okay, well I rolled a 4 for the.
Yeah, you were good. Yes,
okay,
yes. I need a deceit from. That's 1 under.
Hold on. I'm re-rolling that because that was like the worst roll ever.
Yeah, for your acting, come on. Wait, do you have a stunt that could help with it?
He has a stunt that lets him replace rather than gives him a bonus.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
that's much better.
Ooh, okay, so this is going to be.
Let me tell you how this went down.
I'm going to go and give you.
That's some propaganda, all right.
This is a masterpiece of bullshit that he paints for the people in this building, and of course German high command.
I'm just going to go and give you a boost. Is what you get right here. You get a nice boost that has to do with your cover story that you can use at any point in time because you succeeded with so much success. But yeah, let me just put this in there for you.
So, KP, in case you didn't know, we killed a bunch of Nazis and Regina got shot doing it. But we were definitely on site shooting a movie and the Resistance did it.
As you do.
As they do.
As you do. So here, by the way.
And we're not framing somebody totally different as the Resistance. No.
You've got a boost for eyewitnesses. And I'm going to tell you, everybody is all up in your business for quite some time. Like, people are horrified. People are shocked. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to roll some discover action if you want, because some interesting things happen.
Okay.
There are a variety of people who want to come and talk to you all about what happened. There are some German military people who want to talk to you about what happened. There are some SS people who want to talk to you about what happened.
Bring them all in.
Yeah,
I'll fill a theater.
Yeah. No, that's not the problem for them though. But there's a bunch of questions about like, okay, well, what were they wearing? were they wearing? What were they wearing?
Well, yeah, the story is, and this is the story that they'd
Right,
agreed
because
upon before.
the truck
We-
is the piece, the tying
Right.
piece, right?
We
Yeah.
never saw anything that happened. We saw this plume of smoke. And by the time we ran down with the camera, we caught the truck leaving the scene, but we never
and
saw
I tilted
anybody.
it up too, so that no one was caught on camera stabbing or murdering anybody.
I remember that. Yep.
And they're like, so you
Yes.
didn't see, and there's like a lot of like, there's like, they're very clearly, there's like two different people who are interrogating you, interviewing you, as it were, a military guy and an SS guy. And there's a lot of, are you sure you didn't see anybody? Like, were they in uniform? Or like, maybe they were just like, there's like a bunch of like.
Can I roll a discover action to figure out what they want us to say?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What do they want? They're hinting at something. What are they looking for? What's the missing piece here?
What skill would you like to use? Because you've got an SS. The empathy would be it for if you want to go by emotions that way. You've got an SS person, a military person. You've got a doctor who's coming to look at you. You've got one of Oscar's colleagues' wives. Remember the woman who was a little bit more working class?
Oh yeah, the one from brunch.
Yeah, the one from brunch. She's gonna come down there and be there to sort of like be moral support for you. She's gonna hold your hand to make sure that you're safe.
Empathy to try to figure that out. Okay, well, this is not my. This is not what I'm good at. But
Can I give an advantage? Or
yes, you do have one. You have the eyewitness, which you can. And do you have empathy?
I have empathy.
That would be.
That would make it a 1 with his help.
And you have that boost. If
So
he
that
wants to
would
give
make
it to you.
3.
Oh yeah, sure.
I just want to. I want to know.
You can ask at a minor cost. It's a minor cost because it's a tie.
Is it worth it? It might be worth it to know, because my gut is telling me that they're hinting at wanting us to blame either the communists specifically or military intelligence. Like, they're wanting us to put the blame on someone, and I want to know what they want to hear. So I will take the minor cost.
That'll be, just mark a mental stress.
Great.
That will not clear because you're not going to get a good enough sleep. You'll have to wait until a little bit later.
Sure. Regina's okay with not getting sleep. It's fine.
The thing is, I cannot tell you what is the one thing that they want, because what you notice that there is a conflict of desire. The military person really wants these people to be militarized resistance. They want them to be like Maquis or somehow soldiers, which would put that in their domain, their jurisdiction. The SS seems to want them to be less militarized, perhaps more political enemies, like if they could be communists, or if they could be, Jews. They would really like that if somehow they were Jewish communists.
So I cut eyes to Oscar when we both kind of figured this out in the moment, because it's very clear they're each fishing for something.
For different and opposing things is what they want.
Yeah.
Since we had our success, can we do it like this?
Yeah.
Can we use this to endear ourselves to both groups by this guise? I tell the whole story and then be like, is there anyone in particular you wish it would be? Perhaps my camera saw something.
And this is where it gets real tense. It gets real tense right about now. Not for you all. But it gets real tense because you can see these two people and they're like,
I want Regina and Holgar to come off as
helpful.
Absolute party line. What do you need?
Yeah.
Folks.
And there's this moment where the military guy goes, there's a camera would be very useful. The footage would be very useful for us. And we could give this to military intelligence. And the SS guy's like, I'm afraid this does not seem to make a lot of sense that it would go to military intelligence when this is clearly some sort of political crime which would fall under the SS purview. I feel as if we should get that film.
My dear Oscar, is there not a way to make a copy so that they both can have one?
I will make as many copies as is needed.
And the SS guy goes, one moment, and gets on the phone, makes a short call, and comes back and goes, if you could excuse me, Colonel, says to the fellow, the military guy, I'm afraid, Holger, I just spoke with his boss, the new Gestapo chief. Well, not a direct boss, but I'm afraid that our Holger is SS, so if he has any sort of film, that would clearly have to go to SS and not to the military intelligence, and I don't think you want to take this up with the new head of the Gestapo, do you, Colonel? And the army guy gets quite bright red and goes, well, I hope that I will be able to get at least copies of this film quickly and not slow.
Jawohl.
And this SS guy just smiles with this like grin of the I won, as like basically Elias Yeager has pulled rank and this guy's also SS, and so I get what I want.
Right. I just Holgar,
Yeah.
Oscar would have added that so the military guy would realize that he was more than
Yes.
ready to cooperate with the war machine.
Does he leave after that? Like, does the SS guy leave first?
The SS guy's not going to leave first. He's going to have the army guy leave because it makes him army guy look weak in his mind,
I
which
need to talk to the army guy.
which may or may not be true, but it's more like, this is my office, I don't have to leave.
Okay, so Regina needs to get him alone. So she tries to stand, and she's got a hurt leg, and she kind of falls on this military intelligence, and she says, I'm so tired. I'm gonna need some help to lie down.
Oh.
Would you mind?
Of course, please. And he sort of like puts out his arm, watching Holgar just to make sure that Holgar is okay, right?
Holgar would offer like a nod. Thank you, Colonel.
And he will help escort Regina out of this office. When he does, the minute he and Regina leave, this SS guy, who's like a captain probably, just looks like he won everything. Like, this is just like, he's got it. He's like, he looks like that arrogant jerk that just like dunked on someone in his own mind.
Okay.
Okay, well then, if that's the case, then I want to make sure that he is very aware that I'm the one that set him up for that dunk. I gave him the alley-oop. So this is as soon as he would leave, he would focus his attention back on the SS guy and using the epic, just be like, it's a good day. Yeah.
Indeed, it is a good day. So, I always thought it might have been a bit of a shame to have a good SS person off in propaganda. I mean, propaganda's important, don't get me wrong, but maybe it actually is quite convenient to have you there. Oh, looks around. Would you do me a favor? Well, not me, but Elias Yeager. Would you do him a favor?
Jawohl.
If you're over there in propaganda, there is something you could do for us.
And just to play into this, it's against everything that Oscar can believe in, but this is like ham acting. So he just like leans in. Jacob, what is this thing that you need?
We have this party coming up on Friday, and presumably you'll be invited. But if you could... I know you've been assigned to film work now in the film department, the film subdivision, but I know that you had been doing some of the newspaper work, but if you could perhaps make sure that a very good profile of the new Yeager and his wife go through, that would be very convenient. And also, if you could do that for us, we might have a few more requests along those lines.
Jawohl.
There are some people who, well, let's say, if their reputation were less good with the High Command, that would be convenient for us as well.
There are rumors everywhere, and they must be reported on. Such is the nature of journalism.
And he, like, pats your shoulder, and he goes, I'd heard good things about you back in Germany. Never met you, of course, but I'd heard that you had done some really good work of the newspapers. Fired some, some poets or something that was working in the Berlin papers. Too flowery of language, sort of 2 stories too long, you know? All that sort of, what do you call it, sort of daily reportage talking about things that are not important, that you really did great work punching up stories, just more like, punchy, you know? Just stark, not with all of that, whatever art
All of
crap.
these things clouding the facts. The
Yes,
facts
yes.
provided by the party, I might add.
Yes. By the way, if there's anyone in your office that doesn't seem to be loyal, politically, just let me know.
I am always watching.
And I will, in return, give a good word to the new head of the Gestapo.
Please, I look forward to meeting him.
And he just sort of like stands up and he looks at this woman who's been there just kind of quiet the whole time and goes like, oh, well, come, let me escort you out. And he takes this young woman who's the wife of one of your colleagues and escorts her out. Meanwhile, Regina, what are you doing with this German army fellow?
As soon as we get through the threshold and the door behind us closes, Regina, she's like limping. She's putting all her weight on him, really close to his face. She says, "Thank you so much for your kindness. I'm so sorry that I was unable to get you a copy of the movie.
Oh.
But, now that I'm standing and in fresher air, I feel like I'm remembering something.
Oh?
Something, yes, a van.
And go on.
Yes, a dark van. It drove away from the scene. It had a license plate number, and I feed him the license plate number of the van from...
Excuse, one moment. Don't speak. And he pulls out a small notebook. Go on. And he writes down exactly what you give him.
She says it's number, letter,
Yes.
story-driven number, letter, order.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, yes. I see it so clearly, and they're the ones who shot me.
And he looks at you very seriously. And he steps up to you, getting in your personal space. And he takes your hands in his. And he looks at you deep in the eyes. And he says to you, Frau Leixner, you are one of Germany's Edelweiss. You are a flower of Germany. I will find out whoever did this to you, who marred the perfection of German womanhood, and I will bring them to justice.
Regina says, oh, how could we ever be so lucky as a country to have men like you keeping us safe?
Of course. And he kisses your hand. And he has like a very small fencing scar. It's a very dashing fencing scar on the side of his face. And he says, Heil Hitler. And it gives you a kind of like, on a scale of not seductive to seductive.
Great.
Right? Not seductive to seductive. If right in the middle is going to upset your husband, right?
My husband.
So,
okay.
Not seductive, going to upset your husband. Seductive. It's like boop, like right
It's
on
like
the
a 6 or 7
4.
on the seductions.
So
Oh,
4,
okay.
because he wants.
Okay,
Because,
he's not going to cross any lines, but
No,
he's
no.
trying really hard.
he's not going to cross any lines because he does not want to upset your husband, who's kind of a Karen. So you know.
Well, let's talk about like Regina ain't a Karen. She just likes to cause more problems than Karen. So she once again she kind of she says, "Thank you. I hope to see you at the party on Friday."
Of course. And he says, I don't want to be too forward, but if your husband has... And there's a little pause, and like the slight evil, vindictive pettiness comes onto his face. Just like a little bit of pettiness happens. He goes, if your husband has that same affliction that so many SS leaders have, well, you have my deepest sympathies. And I assure you, we in the military don't have the same sort of sad, soft problems that they have in the SS.
Yes, your vigor is palpable.
He smiles. And I'm so sorry that you have not been gifted children with your SS husband yet.
We are working very diligently towards children. He is a busy man. His words inspire our country.
I'm sure your husband's words inspire your country, but I know for a fact, well, I can imagine, that someone as perfect as you would not be the problem if there are no children being born.
Trooper,
Mhm.
can I spend a fate point
Yes.
to gain some kind of advantage on this dumbass?
What would you like? You're wanting to declare a story detail, are you not?
I am going to
Yes.
spend my one measly
Do it.
personal fate point.
Tell me.
This man, he's gonna be there on Friday. I'm setting his ass up. Okay. He doesn't even know it's coming. I'm gonna do it. I would like to declare
Admirer.
yeah, or like soft
Infatuated with
spot.
Germany's legs.
Yeah, like I need him totally obsessed with Regina.
Oh yeah, you can have that.
Okay, perfect.
You can spend a fate point for
Because
that.
he's working for German intelligence, isn't he?
He's in the German army, which means that if there's going to be intelligence, he knows them, right? Because they're part
He
of the
would
same.
at least know them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And we know
Absolutely.
that the current situation between intelligence and SS is not great.
No.
There's some problems as per the mass amount of testosterone tension in that room.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, yeah. Regina once again says thank you. I'm going to find my way upstairs and lie down.
Oh, of course. And he goes through and he pulls out his business card and he hands it to you, his calling card. So, just if you need anything at all, please do not. What I mean to say is, if you wanted to give me copies
I'll
of
call
the
you.
film, yes, of course.
And she just turns and kind of walks off.
And he kind of just stands there for a moment. like,
Hobbles.
oh, so terrible.
It's so terrible the whole way. And then when she rounds the corner, like gets like up a flight of stairs, Regina like shakes it off, slides the card in her God-given pocket, and walks normally the rest of the way, gun wound and all, bullet wound and all, back to this apartment where she has to go stare at the Fuhrer's face now.
And
We can look at his art. We have an original. Hitler.
original,
You have an original Hitler.
We do. We have an original
It's
Hitler.
an original Hitler. It's like a gross, bad landscape that is
Landscape.
it's
It's-
just
it's-
not
And
good.
it's probably tiny, like
Yeah.
his ego.
Yeah, it's just bad. Which I think will lead us to the morning at the... I'm so sorry, Lindy, that I'm harming you so much. But, I am dropping hints about things. Anyway, so there is...
That's all right. My sinus cavities, they'll tea's not that bad for them. It's fine.
No. But I want to bring us to the morning, Thursday morning, where I know that you all will be assembled because you've got a lot to do before this party on Friday, when our newest member will arrive to meet you all. Who is...
They.
I imagine at this point in time, you'll probably have Marie in the front. Probably also Frida
Yep.
are up there.
Yeah, and Frida would ask, would you like me to continue being German or more of a more of a French persona?
It is a French flower shop.
A French flower shop. All right, I will make note of this.
And her identity, the woman
And
that
my
owns the place,
name
is also
will be.
French.
It's Eleanor Gautier, I believe.
I believe
Alright.
that is correct.
Hmm.
Married to Jean Paul.
It is important for me to know my name, I suppose, in case people. Yes.
Regina also speaks French, and she says, "I am Simone.
All right,
I sweep the flowers."
magnifique.
And I will just note that in your the end of your the last of the coding did tell you to expect did tell you
Right.
that Falstaff got you another member for your cell as replacement and expect them coming in. today.
And would have given us the
Asking for
information
green
about the
carnations.
green
Yeah.
carnations and all of that jazz. Okay, perfect, great. Did we manage to get the flowers for this party?
Not yet.
Boo. Okay, well, one problem at a time.
Mm-hmm.
One problem at a time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right.
And I feel
I am
like
sleeping
super early in the
feelings.
morning, like 6 or 7-ish, like 8, like that early morning shop time, is when finally our prince will arrive. One day our prince will come, and I think it'll be this moment.
You just hear a little a knock on the door, and then excuse me, are you open? And you just hear like
bonjour.
a bonjour.
We?
I'm here looking for some flowers. Are you guys in business right now?
We.
Of course.
If you don't mind, do you carry any green carnations?
We have some in the back. Would you like to see them?
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Right this way, please, monsieur.
And this is a very small flower shop. It's right in the middle. It's right in the drop center of Paris, right next to all the Nazi buildings. It's like in the first or the second arrondissement. It's right
You gotta be
center.
able to watch them.
Yeah.
What? You
Yeah.
gotta be close enough to watch them.
Yeah, and also if you want to if you want to like drop, skip out for like a lunch, you can get back to your hotel. You can get back pretty quickly. And so it's a very small little place in one of these sort of large buildings, and they sort of bring you into the back. So there's like a nice front area with. It's the middle of winter, so there's some sad hothouse flowers. Not too much that they've been able to get. It's a little sad, but they're working on it. And they bring you to the back.
We do not have a green thumb, basically. That is not
He
what they
takes notes
hired
of
us
this.
for. Yeah.
Oh, my friend. If you look at the shop, you're like, ooh. Oh. But what's funny about the shop is that it looks quite expensive. The shop itself is sort of decked out to be very boutique-y and fancy. It's just that it's December and they don't have a really good selection of flowers. That's all.
It's December, and there's a war. And it's not
Yeah.
great for the flower business.
Yeah.
You'd see there's like a small one of those bike carts out front, like the little bicycle flower carts out
The
front.
cutest.
Yeah.
The cutest little flower shop that's hiding a bunch of assassinations.
Yeah, whenever you would come into the back too, as soon as Oscar would get the okay from Regina, he would put his weapon away.
Now,
Oh yes.
can
Yes.
everyone describe what they look like? Because we have a
yeah.
new player and they don't. Everyone knows what people look like.
That's true.
Oscar looks like Chris Evans.
Oh,
In Captain America, though,
done.
it's
Yeah.
his ass is talked about quite a lot.
Yes. Germany's ass.
Germany.
Germany's ass.
Yep.
That German ass.
German ass. It's here to stay.
Masterpiece.
Regina is blonde, blue eyes, very kind of very, very German woman, kind of the ideal. But here as Simone, she probably like wears her hair back. She actually can wear her glasses. A very simple dress and shoes. Yeah.
Maybe like a scarf, even like to cover your hair.
Yeah, to
a
cover
work
my
scarf?
hair. work scarf to keep it back. Since she's kind of a well-known German right now, just made a hot scene yesterday. So
I know what that's like.
I did not see that coming. So yeah, she's the one that was like sweeping that probably greeted you.
And before Lindy describes what her character looks like, I need to ask you a question about your character, KP.
Mm-hmm.
Does your character like opera?
He's not well versed in it, but he's been to some with his family in the past when there's been some performances at his royal court. So
Okay.
he's been he's one to enjoy it.
Do you listen to records? Do you collect records, listen to recordings, radio broadcasts?
I don't think he's had the time to collect those records of any sort, but whenever anybody would play them or whenever he heard them, it would be something he enjoyed too. Kind of like nice background music to study with.
I would like from you
Uh-oh.
a role. What role do I want? Can I get like maybe... You can give me rapport?
Okay.
Or perform, one of those two. You're probably not performing yourself, so probably rapport would be better for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do that. All right, not bad.
You do not know her, but please describe yourself.
All right. So, let's see. Freda, who would be Eleanor right now. She looks a little different than her normal because she's incognito and undercover right now, but she's got curly brown hair. More like wavy curly, the big kind of curls.
Yep.
She wears pulled back it up into a snood to, because you're working, you gotta keep it out of your face. But very well put together. Simple, but makeup that definitely just, she knows how to accentuate her features. Probably a little bit more than the average lady should, but it's fine. She's toned it down a lot. And she'd be wearing nice clothing, but covered a bit with a shawl. She'd have a single strand of pearls. That'd be the only jewelry she's wearing at the moment. She's a little bit on the petite side, but looks, just doesn't look German per se, but looks maybe just a little German. Maybe like the northern side of France, southern Germany, that kind of thing.
Evelyn Garnier, by the way, is your name.
Evelyn. I'll change my notes.
Garnier.
Shampoo commercials. Anyways.
And yeah, as soon as we round the corner, Regina will give Oscar the symbol to like put your gun away.
Right. You just see Preetam's eyes kind of just like eyebrows kind of look up at it and then kind of, but he doesn't like make a deal. He just kind of, well, it's a good thing I said the right thing. Kind of thing.
Yeah. And then I would close the back door, like knowing that Luke's mother's out front.
Yeah.
Regina would just close the back door to like seal us all away in some privacy. I imagine it's probably a tiny back room with all of us standing back here, but we're in there. And Regina immediately drops the French. There's like
and if Regina drops it, then Freda will drop it as well.
Yeah, Regina drops it.
Are you all speaking English?
What did you speak when you came through the door?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I think I spoke in English.
You spoke English?
That's a good question. I think I spoke actually in very basic French, I think.
Okay. So, so then Regina would keep speaking in French, but she would no longer sound French.
Drop the accent.
The accent itself. If that's the only thing. She may even ask you, like, do you speak German? Do you speak English? Like, what?
You see him. He responds back. Well, my German's not as good, but preferably if you are comfortable, can we speak in English?
So Regina will drop into English, which is heavily she's German. And she says, "I am Regina Kraus."
Well, good to meet you. I'm Dr. Preetam Singh. And then in front of you, so you see a guy who is he's fairly a little wiry. He's kind of on the shorter side, maybe on like 5'3", but his kind of like still has that boyish charm to his face, and you see that to cover up or to kind of compensate for that, he's trying to grow out some facial hair, and it's coming along fairly nicely. It is still a little wispy. He does have a pretty decent mustache that he's trying to twirl up. As far as his hair, like his skin is very like not dark brown, but like a nice caramel brownish kind of color. And for his hair, like up till then it was a nice like schoolboyish combed over kind of a look, but then when they helped change him up, he kind of has a bit more of a like that Italian kind of modelish kind of a Superman's curl going off on the side, and just something like that makes him look a little bit more extra than he normally would do. He is in a nice three-piece, not a three-piece suit, like a nice business suit that he's been traveling in. And one earring on his right ear. You see like a fairly simple, but if you look closely, it is a pretty nice earring, but it's not like showing off. Yeah. But yeah.
And I will note that you do have an invitation to this party. They got you one. It's within your baggage. There's a party tomorrow night.
Indeed.
A fancy Gestapo party. It's a big old Nazi
Regina
party.
basically introduces herself and she says, "This is the rest of the cell."
Hello, how do you do?
It's Mueller, and he would put his hand out.
Dr. Preetam Singh.
Frida Engel.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Frida Singh. Sorry, Dr. Preetam Singh.
Do you have somewhere to stay? Did they give you a place?
Yes, they gave me an apartment.
Are you hungry?
I wouldn't say no to something. Yes.
Regina pulls out what little they have, which is probably like bread and an apple.
Yeah, at this point he's like, well, I am. It's just good to see some food. They confiscated quite a bit from me on my way here.
He's got a bunch of baggage, by the way.
Yeah.
Don't we all?
Paris.
He meant actual.
Right. Well, it's a good thing that's
Trauma.
all confiscated. She kind of gestures to the mass amount of things that you have.
Well, part of it is just an image to keep up.
This I can understand.
But feel free if and he does open up one of the baggages, and I'm hoping they left some food in there.
Well, they didn't take your oranges.
They didn't take
They
your
didn't
oranges.
take the oranges, but I still don't know who I'm supposed to give the damn oranges to. So, but I do grab like 3 of them out of the bag, and then I grab whatever leftover food is in there. He goes, before it goes stale, I mean, I would like to offer some food as a thank you for your hospitality.
Very kind. I imagine none of us have had a whole lot of food.
I mean, you Germans have had all the food you wanted.
I guess Frida has it.
Well,
Frida hasn't.
Some of us Germans.
Sorry. Germans who hang out in really expensive hotels that have been commandeered by the Nazis and then get all the food taken.
Frida was sharing the daily allotted calories with a drummer, and then has just for a day been in the flower shop apartment. So
you have been underfed for real.
So I would Frida first.
Oh, thank you.
Do you smoke? Regina says to the doctor.
On occasion.
Regina starts rolling them a smoke and offers a chair, and she says, "We have a lot to catch you up on, especially if you're going to be any use to us. Have a seat."
Well, thank you.
Trooper, would the package that the oranges that I'm assuming like a net bag the oranges came in, does that have any indicator on it from where they originated? Like
no,
a tag of sale
that has all been scrubbed.
That's what I thought.
Because they're Mediterranean oranges.
This one, just checking. Yep.
How much did they tell you about what we are doing here?
I was told to talk to a Miss Regina. Oh, I mean, sorry, with you. And that you would give me further details. I just know I'm here for a party tomorrow, and perhaps I could be of assistance using my background.
She nods. Oscar and I are married by all
What?
sense of the term. By paperwork only.
Oh,
In fact, Oscar is posing as my actual husband. Here, as part of German propaganda, I am posing as his housewife while I source out intelligence.
When you say this, are you like emphasizing and it's clear your disdain for this, or?
I think Regina is a jaded woman, one, and two, she's bitter as fuck about pretty much almost everything. So, yeah, yes.
So what you're saying is somebody does not need an empathy roll to get that you were.
don't
to
need
get
an
that this
empathy
is a
roll to,
fake
like,
marriage.
This is a fake
that-
marriage.
yeah.
Yeah, that clearly. Yeah, there's a lot of things. She's
There's
trying to make it
there's
clear
a moment
to you.
of like like I'm like about choked on an orange, like I'm sorry, what? And then like my bad, and then like, oh, okay, yeah.
No,
all right,
so
no, okay.
it was fine for me to have sex with your husband. Cool.
All right,
Cool.
So that being said, we use this flower shop as our day-to-day cover. It is where Falstaff delivers our messages. I take in and send out radio broadcast as we need them. We have a bunker not far from here. It's actually more of a cellar, but it is connected to some old mines. It provides decent hangout. We enter via the sewers. We'll show you the entrance as soon as we have an opportunity. You're going to need to get a cover, one for the street, not for a prince.
Okay, so I didn't know if that what information was given out.
It
They would have
wasn't.
told us it was. Oh, it wasn't. They wouldn't have told me in the broadcast he was a prince.
No,
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Cause,
Okay.
Because
One that
they,
is
they
not
try to
fit-
tend to avoid
Okay.
people's
Yeah,
Okay.
that makes
real,
sense.
real. Except for Regina, who's had too many identities, so now she's back to her original one.
Yep.
Okay. So okay. So then she says something not as proper as high class doctor.
Well, I can see what I can do. But I've been informed that I would not need a cover for tomorrow, that I should go with my original identity.
In fact, you won't, I guess. Oscar's always undercover. I'll be going as our dear good German Regina Kraus, with her husband, Holgar.
So wait, I will not be attending the party tomorrow?
Oh, you will.
Oh. Well, in that case, I must inform you that I will be using my background as a prince. I will be going as Prince Preetam Singh. That is the invitation that I've received, and therefore, just to put it out that there's no surprises, that will be my moniker that I will be using.
Regina nods, taking that in. She looks to the other two.
Mind you, I don't have any funds beyond that. My father
I
is
just met
a
royalty
bit.
before. This doesn't bother her.
My father is a bit of a stingy man, so I don't really get much allowance. At least not after I forgave my position and went off to become a doctor.
Father issues. You'll fit right in.
Yeah, you would have noticed that Oscar was getting ready for a follow-up question about and then as soon as you say you have no money, he takes that question
Thanks,
back.
that's back.
Well, you have to also understand, to him, no money
yeah.
is not really, like, that's still a pretty decent amount of money.
yeah.
So Regina just says, I think we should arrive separately. We have no reason to actually know you. We should meet you properly at the party just like everyone else.
Sounds fair.
Lest we forget, Luke's mother reminded me this morning, we are actually providing flowers for this event under the guise of the flower shop.
Those flowers out there.
Well, some flowers, which is part of our next predicament. As glamorous as SOE in sight of occupied France may sound, what it actually means is we need resources, specifically flowers for a German party.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they couldn't even afford a valet for me. If that's the case, well, if there's anything I can do to help, I do have a little bit of a green thumb underneath me that I can... Sisters, what can I say? But if there's any way I can help, with any sort of arrangements or sprucing it up a bit.
She ordered 25. Can you produce them in the next 48 hours?
I can arrange them. Whether or not I can produce them,
Flowers must be procured in order to be arranged.
indeed.
What do we have? How can I get flowers, Trooper? How can we get flowers? I look at Oscar. Oscar. What if we sew
Oscar
them?
doesn't say anything, but he would lift up a pot, and underneath of it there would be like a key of heroin, and he would pull it up. This should be able to get us some.
Frida's like, now Tango gave me a really brief crash course in the people he knows. I don't think Two Toes Pierre is the guy to go to for this one.
Would the Duke know anybody?
This is
What
going to have
about-
to be like a criminal resources role, which you can like talk to some friends of yours. You know what I mean? Like
Oh, yeah.
What about Jules's the
the cleaners.
his
No, the
his
cleaners.
lady.
That's the
Yeah, yeah.
Duke.
Yeah, the
You're
Duke.
talking
Yeah.
about Jules's lady.
Jules's lady
Lisette. Lisette.
Lisette. Doesn't she have a garden?
It's
she
winter.
does.
Oh, damn.
It's winter.
Oh,
yeah.
I have an idea. Regina turns to Oscar and goes, what if we steal them off the set?
There's not a flower budget on the set that is aware, but
What if we declare a story point so there is?
I believe you have a stunt that involves this. Do you not, dearest Oscar?
I do. As head. Oh my God, you're right. As head of the new. Here, let me put it up in chat, everybody. This one I've never forgot about. As head of the new motion picture extravaganza, you may use perform instead of rapport, blah, blah, blah. Additionally, you may spend a fate point to access entertainment resources or contacts.
Hey.
Boom.
Movie flowers.
Regina goes, if we're going to have to play good Germans and stare at the Führer's face every night, we might as well steal out from under his nose.
Jawohl.
Yes, for a fate point, you can actually get flowers from the set. I mean, it'd be a little.
That would be a great group fate point usage, y'all.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I agree.
Mm-hmm,
We need them flowers.
We need these flowers to get Frida into the party and Luke. We're sending Luke with you, by the way.
And
Oh,
this is
delightful.
December 10th, right?
Can you tell him to not act like if someone famous when he is around me at the party? I said it would be a giveaway.
We'll work on his starstruckness.
Thank you.
Oh no, Greg! It's no longer December 10th. It's now December 11th.
Right. Okay, Greg's going to show his ignorance here. I'm unaware of. Did the Nazis celebrate Christmas or the holiday season?
Yes,
I thought
depending.
so.
Yeah.
Could we augment certain aspects of all of this to further have Frida there to maintain? Like, could we bring in evergreen elements and wreaths and all that? Okay.
Because this would be the time to throw up Christmas parties as well.
Yeah.
I imagine we just like sneak the van. We have a flower van. We could sneak in and just abscond with what we need for this party and hope that nobody notices that it's set decorations.
Look,
Well, if we have someone who knows how to arrange flowers, they might not.
We're not
going to
use them for the movie, though.
decorations.
That's the thing. It's
Yeah.
just they'll never see them again.
They'll never
just-
see. You're right.
it's true. You have a stunt that lets you get entertainment resources.
this.
So they will be movie flowers, but you can get probably amazing looking stuff. Like you can probably get like they won't be live flowers, but these are movie set flowers. Like you're in charge of a musical extravaganza, right? Like so you probably have the most decadent fake flowers you can get access to.
And Nicoletta didn't say they had to be live flowers,
It's true.
so she could suck it.
Some beautiful silk flowers.
You can get beautiful silk flowers, no problem with that. Like you can get that, yes, without a doubt. So
Because that would have been definitely a thing
Yeah.
at this point to have reusable but still very nice party.
I want the evergreen elements
Yeah.
in there too,
Yeah.
because that explains
The evergreen elements could be fresh because that would be
Right,
seasonal and
Yeah.
And then
Right. That
the
would
flowers,
require that would require you to be there. And if she would say something like, "Oh, these are fake," be like, "Well, they were, I added to
evergreens.
spruce it up with the evergreens here."
Yep.
are my
Spruce it
idea."
up. Huh?
I heard spruce from somebody earlier, and that's what.
you spent the group fate point, if I remember correctly. So you're down to 2. 2, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tight party, y'all.
It is going to be a tight party. Can I get an artisan roll
Okay.
from Preetam?
All right.
Make it look
I
beautiful.
have to have an artisan to assist, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
All right, then I give you my moral support.
You want,
Gina smokes a cigarette and stares at you.
you want a 3.
All right. Come on, baby.
You want a 3. Ooh.
Oh!
So let's talk about this. That's a -1 and you need a 3.
Ooh, that was a
So
bad roll.
you have some options. You can accept the failure and then it's bad, or you can succeed at a major cost. Something very bad will happen. Well, bad enough will happen. Or you can re-roll. Spend a fate point for a re-roll or a +2.
I will spend a fate point. I can't do +2 is not going to help me at all, so I'm going to do a re-roll.
Before you spend it, what aspect are you invoking? What about you allows you, or either you or the group itself or the situation allows you to use that fate point? Like what is it in the world, in yourself, that says, no, actually I can do these flowers better than this? You know, when
I think
put it together and you're like,
yeah, I think, well, part of it is like, I think he chalks it up initially to nerves.
yeah,
He goes, this is his first time he's performing on the field.
yep,
He's doing it in front of his fellow field mates and he doesn't want to fail, but that kind of gets to his head and he doesn't perform the way he normally would perform in something like this. And he also like remembers his sister and how though she's quite sweet and generally nice, when it comes to this these sort of things, like the disappointment, like she was a very harsh teacher when it comes to this, even though it was supposed to be for fun and you were only there to help her out. Why am I doing this all now? But like just having that and then just remembering her like disappointed look on this and going, no, I can't have that I can't disappoint her after everything she's done for me, and I can't disappoint my mates. So he just gets up, and I think part of it is like this: he's a strong will.
Oh yeah.
Gets through that, and then he says, "I don't think this turned out quite right. One moment. Let me try once more."
So I think you're invoking your steady hands, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
And then with that, should I just
Re-roll.
straight roll?
Okay,
artisan, come on, baby,
let's do it. Oh, it's terrible. Okay, so you are so again. Before we decide how this goes, you can always succeed at a major cost.
Oh my gosh! Oh boy! Oh wait. By the way, I should also probably spend my fate point.
Please do.
One second.
And
So
if you like, you can succeed at a major cost, or it can just be a terrible arrangement. It's up to you.
I think at this point, since it's
You were at a brand new cell. I imagine you want to impress them. I don't know what you want to do. I don't know. It's up to you.
I mean, major cost.
Would you like to know what it is?
Yes, please, if that's possible.
Oh, of course it's possible. The major cost will be that the arrangement is so good that it causes a lot of attention, and it's going to be that more people are going to want to be up in your business. Right? That like more like people are like, oh, that was such a good arrangement. That people
I think
that
people are gonna be like, ooh, that shop did that, and there's gonna be just a little bit more attention on you all, and more people are going to want what you can provide.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like you will succeed a little bit too well, if that makes any sense, right?
It brings attention to the flower shop.
That might not be a bad thing for a certain party coming up in a month's time, though.
Yeah, I think I'll take that.
It could be, okay. Yeah, this is good and bad. I love it.
It's good and bad. It's mixed feelings.
There's going to be a consequence on the flower shop that we're going to put on. It's the Bricktop.
We all got to learn how to rage. Can Freda watch him do the flowers so she can learn?
Yes,
because she is the new front with she's replacing Sylvie.
Yes,
and Tango right now, and she doesn't know how she feels about it. And so she wants to learn how to do flowers, and so she'd be watching and assisting. Like pruners. There you go. Tissue paper. Yeah.
Oh, nice. So your faction will now get the mild consequence, which is very famous flower arranging. So that is going to be a little consequence that you all have. It's going to be so good. And with this, we're going to sort of roll into our break with this information. You spend most of the day in Thursday going back and forth between this chateau, which is right outside of Paris, which is Lisette's chateau, where you're setting up, right? You're setting up. You've got Luke helping. You've got probably not Holgar and Regina, but Frida.
Please tell me that Luke is not as starstruck. Please tell me he's gotten over that.
Oh, Regina would have had a talk that's like, your job at this party is to keep her safe, and you cannot make a scene. Like, Regina would have like laid down the law that he has like a mission, and his mission is to keep her safe, and he has to do all the things. He's just supposed to be a flower boy that's there helping.
But what he hears is mission, and he's like, I've got a mission.
And that's what Regina wants, so he takes it seriously.
Young Luke is like, oh, I've got a mission, and he's very serious about it. But you spend most of the day.
She feels a little relieved of that. Like, oh, God.
He's like, because he's Luke. If you don't know, he's a young man. He's 17 now.
He's so handsome. Where's his picture?
I can show you all.
And every time he's seen Freda so far, he's been all like blushy and flustered
Season
and adorable.
But because his mom, see, it's his mom who's a big fan of her, because his mom likes, his mom likes opera, not him, but like his mom does, and so like he just happens to know opera because of his mom, and so like and that's our young Luke.
Such a good boy. He's also SOE trained.
He's very sweet.
Good boy.
And he is a handsome boy.
Yeah.
Right?
But he's like 17. He's like
our little French James Dean.
Yeah,
over there.
it's true. It's true. But you spend most of the day, because I have to give you a little bit of a cliffhanger before we go to break, and people change for the party. But you're doing a lot of work with this place, and you don't actually see Lisette. You don't see her much. She's probably stuck right in her gilded cage. But you're doing a lot of work setting things up. And you can give me any kind of role you want. If you would like to give a role to set yourself up to create an advantage for the party tomorrow, you certainly can. But, things like awareness to spot places, or, any kind of thing where you were like, if you want to stash something or check out a space, all of that is doable. But I will say this, as you're all working, I imagine you three are listening to the radio that's playing at this place. And Holgar, Oscar might be at work. Maybe Regina is either at the shop or at the hotel. You're all at various places Thursday evening getting ready.
I can imagine Preetam just is in his new apartment trying to set things up.
Yes, setting up your new apartment, which is really nice. And over the radio, of course, you hear it. Mademoiselle, Madame, Monsieur, this is Radio Paris. We have terrible news. The United States has declared war on Germany. The United States has declared war on Germany. And with that knowledge that the United States has entered into the war, we're going to go on break. And we're going to come back to a party where everyone's going to have a lot of things on their mind at this party. Hey, everybody. Somebody woke the sleeping bear. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Hydrate. Wait. We can't go yet because I have to check. Wait.
What are we checking?
I have to see if there were any donations that came in.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. We have our donation break. Hold on. And we did. We got Your Turn, My Turn. Thank you, Your Turn, My Turn. Donated 400 bits with a here we go, which is like, here we go. Rissa, our wonderful mod, donated 500 bits and said, welcome to the team, we kill things, KP. Welcome to the team, we kill things. And Little Red Dot has donated 300 bits, I think, for some really good SOE training over there for KP. Rissa is also like, oh, this seems good, another 100 there. And we have also an anonymous cheerer donated 500 bits. Thank you, an anonymous cheerer.
Thank you, cheerer.
I think that anonymous cheering.
I will say that I'm going to say my bits are because KP did not bring an X into our situation.
You know,
That is why we got
It's
those
fine.
300 bits.
It's
It's
fine.
a cheer for no more X drama.
Fine. It's fine. But it's okay because you know what? We'll get our young prince dating someone and then they'll break up and then it'll be dramatic.
Then we'll have one.
That'll be dramatic. Technically, Freda doesn't have an ex.
You have an ex.
He is a young, inexperienced one at life.
So
at
excited
life and
for
love,
this.
He's a
so-
wannabe ex.
So, oh man,
She
he's
wants
gonna
it
have
to be.
heartbreaks.
Oh, I'm so excited for it.
Bye.
Danger,
Bless him.
heartbreak, dead ahead. We're gonna go hydrate, stretch your legs. We're gonna get ready for a party. I'm already ready, but I was born ready for parties.
Oh yeah, 100%.
We will see you all in about 10 minutes. Enjoy the United States declaring war on Germany and Italy, everyone.
Yay.
Dr. James Sherrill Montgomery, the House chaplain, has offered prayer. The chaplain has spoken of the night around us and the faith which will bring us through. Let us live alive and free, he prays. And he speaks of faith, hope, conviction, and heroism. The galleries are slow in filling. There are still empty seats. There appear to be not as many congressmen here now as on Monday, when some were missing because they had been in far corners of the country when the hurry call for them was sent. There is not quite the tension of Monday. More now, there is a feeling that the expected has happened. The bottom has been reached. Civilization, like a house of cards, depressed by an evil hand, has collapsed into little bits. Grimly, we proceed to fight through the cluttering wreckage wrought by the warlords of aggression. The House is now going on with its regular business while waiting for the messenger from the White House who will bring the presidential messages dealing with Germany and Italy. When the messenger arrives, he will be escorted down the center aisle by the assistant doorkeeper, Ralph Robert. And Mr. Robert will say, "Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States." The declarations of war will be introduced in each chamber immediately after the presidential messages have been read. The declarations will read like the one adopted in the case of Japan, but in this case, Germany and Italy will be substituted. The resolution will, in the case of Germany, will read as follows: declaring that a state of war exists between the government of Germany and the government and people of the United States, and making provisions to prosecute the same. Whereas the government of Germany has the people of the United States, therefore be it resolved that the state of war between the United States and Germany, which has thus been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared. And that the President be and is hereby authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces of the United States and the resources of the government to carry on the war against Germany. And to bring the conflict to a successful termination, all of the resources of the country are hereby pledged by the Congress of the United States. Again, Senator Connolly, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, will offer the resolution on the floor of the Senate, and Majority Floor Leader McCormick will offer the resolution on the House floor. Already the rules have been suspended here in the House, so that after the presidential messages have been read and the resolutions declaring the existence of war have been offered, the vote will be immediately taken. Those who were once isolationists have closed up ranks. They stand shoulder to shoulder with those who always supported the administration. Japan's treacherous attack cast the die. It was accepted on Monday by almost all congressmen that Germany had urged Japan on to the assault. But now there is the additional and overwhelming consideration that Germany and Italy have already declared war. We simply take up the challenge thrust upon us. The House has now gone into recess, subject to the call of the chair, while they wait for the President's message. How do those who were once critics of the White House policy now express themselves? Well, take Senator Taft, the Ohio Republican, for example. He says the President will have the unlimited support of every American in the all-out war which he predicted will last at least 5 years. And Senator Nye, last-ditch isolationist in former days said, "In light of recent developments, it is not surprising, terribly regrettable, inviting of immediate retaliation. There should be a quick declaration of war. We should go into it with the knowledge that no matter how long it will take, we can and will win the war." And Senator Austin, Vermont Republican, says, "This adds nothing to our knowledge that the United States is and has been an object of Hitler's aggression. But it is a good thing for some reasons, one of which is that it will terminate the sniping which might otherwise have continued within the United States." And Austin added, "To make the formal expression of the situation complete, the United States ought to declare war promptly upon all of the Axis powers." And Senate Majority Leader Barkley declared, "Inasmuch as Germany and Italy have declared war on us, there is nothing to do but tighten up our belts, gird our loins, and go to it." Now here's the bulletin. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee has unanimously approved the resolutions recognizing a state of war, the existence of a state of war with Germany and Italy. Still, the House and Senate are waiting for the special messages to come from the White House, which will ask the Congress to declare the existence of a state of war. Meantime, there's been a very interesting press conference at the War Department. Secretary of War Stimson has announced that General MacArthur, the commanding general in the Philippines, has confirmed the sinking of the 29,000-ton Japanese battleship Haruna, or a battleship of the same type, sunk yesterday by the American Army Air Forces north of Luzon. Mr. Stimson reported continued attempts by strong Japanese forces to establish themselves along the northern coast of Luzon. Determined resistance has confined this action to the attack in the vicinity of Apari at the extreme northern tip of Luzon, where the Japanese attempted to establish a beachhead yesterday. Air activity continued in the vicinity of Manila with intermittent attacks on airfields at Cavite and Nichols Field throughout the day. Mr. Stimson made his announcement quietly to a large press conference at the War Department. He was composed, cool, and occasionally he made personal comments. When he had been Governor General of the Philippines, he recalled, he had had difficulty in just getting himself through the mountains of northern Luzon by himself. The Japanese, he said, would have a hard time getting an army through those mountains. Secretary Stimson reported that we are strengthening our own defenses everywhere. He did not know the full details as to the Sunday attack on Hawaii. There is no time now for recrimination, no time even for investigation. That will come later. Now is the time, said Mr. Stimson, for preparation and action. Now, while we wait for the presidential messages to come up from the White House to be read in the Senate and House, we send you back temporarily to New York.
Now, Kate, I don't see any reason to return to you, so I think I'll just give our closing commercial and then we'll sign off.
Back at the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. And now the message from President Roosevelt has arrived. The reading clerk will read it to the House. We take you to the platform.
Congress of the United States. On the morning of December 11th, the government of Germany, pursuing its course of world conquest, declared war against the United States. The long known and the long expected has thus taken place. The forces endeavoring to enslave the entire world are now moving towards this hemisphere. Never before has there been a greater challenge to life, liberty, and civilization. Delay invites greater danger. Rapid and united effort by all of the peoples of the world who are determined to remain free will ensure a world victory of the forces of justice and of righteousness over the forces of savagery and of barbarism. Italy also has declared war against the United States. I therefore request the Congress to recognize a state of war between the United States and Germany, and between the United States and Italy. Franklin D. Roosevelt, the White House, December 11, 1941.
Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McCormick is recognized.
I move that the message of the Senate be referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and not printed.
Objection, Mr. Order.
Eric Severide has just come over from the Senate side of the Capitol, and he'll tell you now the Senate's action this morning. Mr. Severide.
You've heard the President's message to Congress as read by the clerk here in the House of Representatives from where we are broadcasting. I have just come through the corridor from the Senate. The Senate was through with the action much quicker. They are now just finishing their vote on the joint resolution, which was introduced by Senator Tom Connally, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. And here is the Senate vote as taken just now. It is 88-0. The vote is unanimous there. The House is now just considering the resolution and will commence its voting very soon. At 12:20 exactly, the Vice President announced the Senate will receive a message from the President of the United States. Then came the President's message there, read by the clerk, just as you've heard it read here on the House side. It took exactly 2 minutes to read it. Then Senator Connally was up at once and announced that he had called earlier this morning a meeting of his Foreign Relations Committee, and that they had authorized him to say that they approved, all of them approved the resolution as he was now presenting it. Then there was an interruption for a moment as Congressman Bloom, the chairman of the House Foreign Relations Committee, arrived to confer about the wording of the bill, the resolution, with Senator Connally. Then the roll call began at exactly 12:26. There was no debate of any kind, no speeches offered, and the vote went on to its finish, which you've just heard, 88 to no votes against. And now, while the House continues again, I'll read you the only change there was in the resolution. The words, it is the same resolution, as a matter of fact, as the one passed on Monday declaring a state of war with Japan. The only thing that has changed is, of course, the name that the Imperial Government of Japan is substituted, and the government of Germany is inserted. And instead of the words, has committed unprovoked acts of war against the government and the people of the United States, it now reads, the government of Germany has formally declared war on the government and the people of the United States. And now I understand that the further votes have come in from the Senate, from persons undoubtedly who were absent, and the vote now stands at 90. There were, and none against, of course. There were 5 or 6 people absent, including Senator Wagner, who was ill, Senator Wheeler, who was with his ill brother in Boston, Senator Tidings, Mr. Bone, and 1 or 2 others.
The President's message having been read in the House of Representatives and the United States Senate, resolutions, of course, have been introduced in both houses, and war has already been passed in the Senate, as Mr. Severide told you just a bit earlier. Thus, we conclude this program from the floor of the House of Representatives in the United States Capitol building, and we return you now to New York.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of City of Light and Shadow, a French Resistance campaign. Everybody got to meet each other. We have like a new member of the crew who has been sent over from London because the group has lost some folks, and they're going to go to a party right after the United States has declared war on Germany and also fascist Italy. So that's going to be the talk of the town, I think, a little bit. And everyone's been getting ready, and we're going to do a little bit of a sort of like a little mini montage before we start off with it's Friday. You got to get down on Friday, and everybody's looking forward to this party. And the question becomes, what all are you going to be doing to prepare for this party? I will let you each make a roll to create an advantage for yourselves and you go into this party. And I would also like to know what your goal is at this party. And I'm going to start with our dearest Frida. Frida, how are you getting ready for this party? And your getting ready can be at the party. It can be, I see that green apple. Tell me what role you'd like to make and what you're doing to sort of get ready.
Yes, I was distracted by the green apple.
Yeah, in the chat.
Yeah. God gracious. Yes, so Frida, she is the flower shop lady. Evelyn Garnier definitely doesn't make shampoo or conditioner.
She might.
But her hair is great.
Yet.
She's experimenting with botanical scents. Anyways,
that's why she works at a flower shop. It's like a whole
that's
idea.
Exactly it. It's gonna be great. Anyways, so she's been going back and forth with Luke, she's very thankful. Had a stern talking to. She's used to bossing people around. She's making him work as an assistant. He is getting work done. As is she.
He's lifting heavy
thankfully
things.
the arrangement's already done.
Regina loves this. I just want everybody to know.
And while she is
Good old
still
Luke.
learning how to arrange flowers, she knows how they're supposed to look on the table. Like how many tables should how many per table and which tables should have them and not, because she's done a lot of party planning. She's had to bus people around before and put that arrangement should go on the cake table, please, that kind of thing. And she's very French this whole time, and she's going to make an empathy roll to try and discern how the mood, what's the vibe going on. Who can she gossip with a bit more, and who should she definitely avoid between the staff and the people also preparing for the party, and just people trickling in. She's just she's gonna try to make an empathy roll to see what happens.
Okay, but I would like you to make an empathy roll if you would not mind.
I would love to.
Difficulty 3.
That's not it, but
would you like to succeed at a major cost, or would you like to spend a fate point? You've got many options.
That's a really bad roll, but it could be one worse. So I think I would like to just spend a fate point to add 2 and make it succeed.
But that will be a tie, so you can succeed at a minor cost, or you can fail but get a boost, or you can have a partial success.
Let's go for a partial success.
All right. So with that, well, actually, this is for creating an advantage. So you would get a boost, is what you get.
Okay. Sure.
The boost is you're looking around, and as like the person who's the flower shop runner, you don't have a lot of good info.
No.
You don't get to see a lot of people.
Nope.
And you're also
I'm not in food. If you're in food, that's how you get all the good info. But
and you're kind of early, but there is 2 things that you notice. It's hard for you to ignore them, actually, to miss them. But there is a woman that you finally see. She is this striking woman. She has got dark hair, green eyes. She's sort of tall, and it's kind of interesting that I would say that she's thin, but that's tricky right? She clearly has. She's clearly athletic in certain ways, like a tennis player. Do you know what I mean? Like she's kind of got that,
yeah.
right? That sort of look to her. But I think the thing that you would notice right away is that it is you've seen her in portraits in this house. This is a mansion, right? This is a big chateau, and you've seen portraits of her, like oil paintings of her and her parents, probably. Like this is clearly her home. But I will say that what you notice is that she is brought in by guards from outside.
Okay.
But you also notice that she's not wearing travel clothing, right?
Okay.
So it's not as if that she came here from somewhere off-site. She probably is somewhere on-site. And I think a little bit of gossip will let you know that she's living in the servant's house out back. And she's brought in by guards, and she's brought up to probably the main bedroom, and she comes back out in this like gorgeous gown. And she then basically acts as hostess, greeting people when they come in, always, saying yes, hello. It doesn't take you long to sort of figure that she's a countess, right?
Okay.
And this is her chateau. You don't know what happened to her parents, but she's clearly the hostess. But the other person that you might want to know, there are a lot of other people in this party that none of whom you necessarily know. But Lisette Roland is this woman, the countess. But the other person is, you know him so well. You've never met him before. But he is the party planner for this place. You have seen him here earlier. He looks as if he lives here, or that he sleeps in the chateau inside the home itself.
Okay.
He is a Nazi. He looks to you, looking at him, he looks to be a captain, sort of young, a little bit reedy, a bit of a striver. He is actually...
The party planners always are the strivers.
Yes. He seems to have actual skills as a party planner, as opposed to your husband, who does not.
Yeah.
Jer asked if Ava Green is at this party. Yes, she looks like Ava Green is the best way to put it. So this woman, Lisette, looks like Ava Green. Sort of circa Ava Green, circa Casino Royale. Is that sort of is her. And this fellow this other fellow sort of reminds me of, I can't remember his name. He was the dad in Back to the Future. He's that sort of super, very strange looking guy. You know the actor. He's weirdly gangly.
Ask me too quick.
Oh, wait, is he in like the Charlie's Angels movie?
Yes.
villain
Yep.
Charlie-
Yeah.
Okay, I know.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Okay.
Yes.
The one who sniffs the hair?
Yes. Right. He's a little creepy. And Critchwood is like, oh, I remember this person.
A little creepy.
And he is living in the house. You know that because you saw him without his jacket. Crispin Glover, thank you. And because you've seen him sort of wandering around this house earlier and also yesterday. He is, of course, in a dress uniform in this evening, and he has a very menacing vibe towards this woman. He has a bit of a kind of a controlling, menacing vibe around her.
Oh, I'm familiar with that.
You are familiar with this. They do not...
My husbando's vibe towards the nice lady.
Yeah. But your vibe generally is that when it comes to people to talk to, she'd be a good person to talk to if you can get her alone. If you can get her alone. He is a person that you might have to watch out for, but probably not as much as you think.
Okay.
Other people might think, oh, he's a person to watch out for, but he's a party planner, which means he has a lot of work to do. Right.
Yes, he does.
So he will be quite busy. You're certain at that. Like you're certain he'll be quite busy. But your vibe generally is that this is a beautiful, beautiful house. That is a house that the aristocrats. It's an aristocrat's house. She's clearly some sort of, especially as people start sort of filtering in. She is symbolic of the friendship between France and Germany. Right. It is her wonderful home that she's inviting people into to have these wonderful parties, and her job is to be the hostess, right? You need to have like a beautiful, pretty hostess who's also important and fancy and an
Yeah.
aristocrat.
Wow, I
I'm sure
what that's like.
I don't know if you've ever had that experience in your whole
Yeah.
entire life, Frida,
No,
or it was your
never.
life. And this is her life. So like there's like you see her and you recognize the life that she has. And it is the
Feels
life
bad.
that you have had your whole life. The difference is the party planner is not her husband, and he's young. He's like in his like mid 20s maybe,
Mm-hmm.
right? So he's actually at the start of his career as opposed to your husband who is
It's very stale.
who's
All
not
of it.
not at the start of
All of it.
not the start of his
Yeah.
career. Yeah.
Just stale is the word to describe him, his career, and many other aspects of him.
Yeah. And so that you have a boost that you can use on sort of like Lisette's empathy, I would call it,
Okay.
that you have on her. And Luke has been here before. He's been to this chateau. He has been here before for a party some time ago. And so he actually knows this place quite well. And he knows like he's like, oh, sure. And he knows where some back doors are. And he knows where like places are in
She
this space.
definitely has him give her the rundown.
And
Wrong French boy.
this is right.
There is a French boy for that rundown.
Oh, and you wanted my goal, didn't you?
Yes. What is your goal at this
To not-
party?
To not get recognized as Frida Engel, famous German opera singer.
Is there anything else that your goal is at this party?
If my husband's here, avoid him at all costs. Avoid husband, which, because he'd recognize me. Those are the main, just not avoid him, don't get recognized. That's just.
The guest book is here.
She wasn't given any other goals.
I just wonder
for
if you
this
have a
party.
personal one.
Those are her personal goals. Don't get.
You've got a lot of stuff here, right? You've got a lot of things to do at this party, you and Luke. There are flower arrangements, there are corsages, there are tables. And I hate to tell you this. Guess what? You know how you're the flower person and that's your job?
Yeah.
To like put this amazing set together?
Yeah.
And we respect expertise and also jobs, right? And we would never, for example, have the party planner walk up to you and say, "You, mademoiselle."
Oui. She would approach.
Looks at you up and down. I just need to look at your character sheet for 1 second, but for no reason.
For no reason.
I just
not at all.
Yeah, no. There are no reasons here why I just want to sort of check out, what your aspects are.
I'm just a really lovely party planner. No, well, I'm just a really lovely florist, really. I just green things, plant things that grow, plants mostly.
Would you like a fate point?
Oh, I don't know. Greg says no, and I'm inclined to believe
Would you like to
him.
know why?
Oh, well, I'd love to know why, but I don't know if I'm going to accept it.
It is. I would like to compel your relationship aspect, subtle social manipulator. I think, and or also, yeah, that's the good one. That our party planner. That's the good one. That our party planner has been observing you while you've been getting things done.
Oh, no. And I look competent.
You do look competent, my friend. You look quite competent.
Oh, no. Too competent. Damn it.
You look very competent. And I believe that for this compel, normally you might just need to leave or be in the background. And that is not what he needs. He needs somebody who can be a little bit more active. He needs somebody who will be in a nicer dress and maybe also give champagne, food, hors d'oeuvres. He needs you to do a little bit of catering for him and be a little bit more present. I'll give you a fate point. It just puts you more in the eye, makes you a little bit less in the background.
Yeah. And if I'm doing catering, I can I can mingle with the kitchen, and that's always a good thing to know the kitchen staff and the caterers.
But you're gonna be working hard.
Yeah.
Also, you can also drug drinks. It's good.
Drug
We
drink.
do have heroin. It's great.
We got tons of heroin.
So
I've
much
got enough
heroin.
heroin to
My
drug that
husband
whole
can't
party
recognize
and put him
me
out for
if
the
he's high on
weekend.
heroin. Yeah, this is
Yes, exactly. We got
Yeah.
you. Take the catering gig, girl.
all right.
He wants
I'll
you to.
take this.
He wants you to greet guests alongside Lizette, and he wants you to like take people to their tables,
Very
right?
thick French accent. Very, very French.
I'm just going to give you a
So,
fate point for that then.
French. Sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Just so you know, you are now going to be a little bit more center stage, my friend.
She's very French though. She's so French. She is, you know,
And he goes-
just magnifique.
He goes, you.
Oui?
I need you to and he kind of gives a kind of like a bit of a death stare at Lisette. I need you to dress something a bit better than this, something nicer. And he just stops for a moment.
Mon Dieu, this is the only clothing I brought with me.
And he goes, no, it's fine. There's a really beautiful white dress. There's a nice white dress. You look to be about the same size as this woman up in her bedroom. Just take what you want. And he just kind of gives this glance to her as he invites you to go to her place and take one of her dresses so that you can look nicer, so that you can be a bit of a hostess alongside her. And he's like, so I want you to wear something that is a white dress up, sir. I'm going to need you. The flowers are beautiful. They're actually very well done.
Thank you.
Did not think that this place could be. What is the name of your shop again?
I know the name of the shop.
Yeah,
Hold
goes-
on. Yeah.
It's-
I said the name of the shop.
It was like the Rose of Paris, I think it was. He goes, I will remember this shop. It's very good. So I'm going to need you to get a bit nicer, and I'm going to want you to escort people to their seats. I'm going to want you to make sure they get the food they want. You won't be just a plain basic waitress or something like this. I want you to have you'll be a bit more in charge of things. I'm also going to want your name so that I can call on you.
Gagne.
Good. So I can call on you again because I need people with happier faces, he says pointedly towards Lisette.
Mm-hmm.
And he directs you up to her, to the master bedroom.
Now, question for you, Trooper.
I'm here for this
Because
question.
He's I'm sure he's saying this very loudly, very near her.
Mm-hmm.
Is he that arrogant that's like, all right, I need you to do this, and then turns around and then keeps doing his thing, or is he the asshole that watches her go up the stairs?
A little bit in the middle, right? Because
Okay.
the thing is, he's already been watching you all day.
Yeah.
Right, he's been watching you all day
know.
and has determined you to be competent. So he just watches you begin the move, and once he sees that you're going to go and do the thing, he leaves you be because he's already
of course,
judged you.
monsieur. And and then when he turns away, then as she's walking up, she's gonna give a very apologetic look to because she knows exactly what this lady is going through and feels like. So she will give that very apologetic look to Lisette.
Now, Preetam,
Yes.
what do you want to do to get ready for this party? You get yourself looked very nice. You've got a very good invitation. This is you've been invited because you have got, people are very impressed by your work, some of the work that you have written over in Italy, and this is going to be a big event anyway. And also having a prince there is cool. So who does not want to have a prince at a party? Party planners like that.
I think that the one thing he would love to do to prepare, since he's new, is just kind of work with Regina and the rest of the crew to find out, like, what are their call signs? What are their telltale, hey, obviously there's got to be ones that are hey, move forward, or we're in trouble, or something like that. Something so he can he can look out for to help if in need of assistance.
Okay, let's see. What would we?
I like
know?
how he's like, "Let me help," and Bird is like, "Let me survive."
Well, I mean, I feel like you would know that we're always looking for intel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
But this feels to me more like a question of how do you as a group give each other secret info to help each other if you need it. Which
yeah,
yeah.
I'm sure we're all
Yeah.
at the same party,
Yeah.
and once in a while, like
Yeah.
if need be, like one
Yeah.
who's like, "Hey, I'm in trouble, help me."
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can't just walk up to me
Look,
and be
if
like,
things okay, all right, okay, I see what you're saying. So we
yeah,
set
like
up
call
okay.
signs.
Yeah, yeah.
So Regina would say
Signals.
if
Signals,
things,
yeah.
if
Yeah.
things get bad, we need like a
I want maybe from you, you can give me a suggestion on this one, KP. I feel like this might be empathy to sort of pick up on signals. It could also be deception to give signals. Or it could be tradecraft. Like there are a couple different ways in which you could go about setting up secret signals with each other. And I would like to know, how do you think that Preetam would do this?
Oh, I think he's very much. Ooh, that's. I think this sounds more like tradecraft. Something that's fairly standardized. I want to say for SOE members. So, do you want me to roll for that?
Yes, please. You'll get a +1 because you've got some. And you can decide if you want the +1 or not. I'll let you roll first, and then you can decide if you want the +1.
Okay.
You need a 3.
So roll without adding anything. And just okay.
Because you. Okay.
Nice.
So here's the thing. You currently have a 3, which is a tie. So you can succeed at a minor cost. You can, you've got a. This is a creating advantage. So you can just get a boost regular if you wanted it, or you could invoke that +1 for standardized SOE training, which will get you an advantage. But if somebody knows standardized SOE training really well, they might pick up on it. But if they don't, they wouldn't.
Yeah. that okay. I think I will go. We use the standardized. I think that sounds appropriate.
And I feel like this is this moment where we're going to give you a free advantage right now that you can use, which will be, we'll call it switchboard operator, is I think what we'll call it. So you have all the signals, right? If you need to communicate with each other, that is there for you. No problem.
Great. Y'all, we know the big out, Regina will faint. If shit gets really bad and we all need out, Regina will make a scene. Like, she would tell you all that, too. She's like, I will drop and make a scene. Loss of blood, I've been shot. Right? Regina will, I'll make a scene, and you get out while there's a distraction.
So, Preetam, what are your goals at this party tonight?
I don't know. I think since he's so new, he's just reliant on the rest of the team. They have a plan. They know what the goal is. And he's more of the lightning rod, kind of just to bring in the attraction away from them. So he's going to be as princely as he can be. He's going to be putting himself at the center of the attention. He's just going to be being the socialite, the very gregarious.
Yeah. You're going to cover for them. That's great. That is really good. Okay. And you are sort of getting yourself looking very fine. You've had this whole discussion with them about okay, here's some signals. And I imagine for Regina and Luke, it's very familiar. Oh yes, this is part of we know this.
Right, scratch the nose, tug the ear.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
And right there, all that stuff. And you get everybody, and I think it's this really kind of really cool moment where you get everybody on the same page, right? In that moment, you get everybody on the same page for there to be, in case things happen. And you've got your apartment set up. It looks nice. You don't yet have a practice. You'll have to sort of figure out to get that one, but people might have some ideas about that. I imagine you probably gave that package to Regina when you were working out your signals with each other. Probably early Friday.
Yeah. So I approached her and said, so I was told to give this package to you. I'm not sure what it is. I was told not to open it. No, that's for someone else. I'm still not aware who it was for.
Regina takes whatever box or package you have. Is it wrapped? Does it have a label?
No.
Or a tag?
No. It's a small wrapped box. Flat.
From London or Falstaff?
It's coming from him, so it's from London. Probably.
Well, he last saw.
Yes.
It could come from Falstaff technically.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
He did have contact with Falstaff. Okay, Regina goes, thank you, I think.
You're welcome.
Am I supposed to open it?
I mean, that's your choice, I suppose. I mean, it's a package addressed to you.
I shake it.
There's something that there's something like Shook, 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 shook. Like something small in there.
Like a peek in the box.
You have to unwrap it first.
Oh my God. Regina's not going to make a whole thing of this. She says thank you. And puts it away because that's who Regina is.
I thought she might.
Like if she can peek in it and see what it is.
Because it's wrapped.
Yeah.
Because it's you'd have to unwrap it first.
Is it wrapped in like it
brown
doesn't
paper?
matter.
Brown paper.
Regina will open it later.
And I imagine there's going to be a moment where you'll probably be able to get yourself like a taxi. There are not many cars on the road because nobody has gas, but you can probably get yourself a taxi to get out to this chateau, so you can get there for this party. And I know that Oscar and Regina also have a prep they want to do as well.
Yeah.
Oscar has to have a conversation with Regina, and then he also has some prep he wants to do for what would you like? He asks with dread. Do you want me to do the
chat first? Well, it depends on what you would do first. If you do prep first or chat first.
He's going to. Okay, so he was commissioned to write a piece.
Yes.
Promoting Elias.
Yes.
What he's going to do is he's going to write that piece, and his public commendations that he received, he is going to mix those in with Oscar's own. So he's going to something Elias did right, 2 things Oscar did, 1 thing Elias did right, 3 things Oscar did.
Let's see. I feel like this is going to be, what should this role be? This is a bunch of propaganda, my friend.
I'm being a great German right now.
Yeah, you're being a great German. You're being catty. It's good. I like it. I feel like this is not deception necessarily, although it might be deception to sort of not make obvious what you're doing. So you could do that through deception if you wanted to do. You could do that through what are you thinking? You could do this through also academics also for your writing skill. What would you like?
I do have, since I have that perform instead of rapport.
Yes, yeah.
When can I do that?
Yeah. Because this also would work. You are making. Oh, my good friend, and you're not harming anyone because rapport makes a lot of sense. That
just good.
That is a tie. Would you like a boost?
Just a boost, yeah. Just give me a boost. I'm not listening.
I mean, I could just. I'm just saying, I could.
I am
it's fine.
taking the boost.
Take the boost. Your boost is that
I nearly got Stiver killed with the thing that we did.
But that was awesome. It was called Compelled Chicken, and I loved it. It was really good.
It's terrifying.
It was the best. We're gonna call this. You are the current golden boy right now.
Okay.
You look real good right now. Everyone's like very interested in you, which I think some people will like and some people won't.
Well, I'm just gonna add to that then.
What is your prep, Regina?
Regina has to get dressed up.
With your leg.
With my leg. I imagine that the slit maybe is on the side that there's not a bullet hole.
Yeah.
Because I got plans. I got plans. Regina retrieves 2 photos. She'll give it to Oscar when they have their moment. But yeah, Regina spends all day. And eventually, after a lot of cigarettes and a lot of talking herself down in a mirror, she puts that red dress on.
The red dress that was given to you as a gift from... Who was it?
I don't know, Trooper. Why don't you tell everybody who was it? Who
was it your ex-girlfriend who gave you this?
The most toxic human left on the planet, sans the Fuhrer himself. Like
perhaps it was. Perhaps it was.
Yeah. Yes, it was her. It was. It was her, in fact, who gave this dress to me. So Regina would like to set up, since she's got to wear this damn dress to her party, to Nicoletta's party. She would like to have an advantage over Nicoletta for having wore the dress.
Let's see. This sounds to me like rapport.
I was thinking the same thing.
Because this sounds to me like rapport, like you're trying to, good cop rather than okay. That'll be an an advantage, which is
Maybe with the help of Frida, Regina actually like does her makeup and does her hair.
That
Because this
dress.
would have been what Sylvie helped her
Frida
with.
totally would have helped you
Oh.
with your makeup and everything. She would have got you dolled up because every woman at that party who looks prettier than her is a distraction from her.
I know, and you have rapport, right? Wait, you have rapport.
Mhm.
Yes,
So
she does
can I
have
take a
rapport.
+1?
Yes, but you need one more. If you can get, wait, no, that's a 5. Yeah, you need one more.
That's 5.
You need to beat it by
Rapport
3.
is fair.
If you beat it by 3, you get 2 free.
Oh, I see. So it doesn't. The extra 1 doesn't really matter unless I want 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
the stress. No, I'm gonna be a humble little German, and
Okay.
I'm gonna take my 1.
All right. Okay.
I'll take my 1 advantage over her, or my boost,
Mhm.
or whatever it is.
And I believe you two have a conversation to have. And after you have it, I'm going to ask you what your goals are for this party.
Okay. Imagine you walk in on Regina opening a box. What's in this box?
There's a small letter and
Oy vey.
a medallion that's broken in half. It's like a coin. And the letter's from Doris.
Okay.
These are a gift from Mama Tango, is what they are. And they are coins that you give to loved ones. And it's a coin that's broken in half, and one person will take one half and the other take the other. And they mean that even though you are separated, you will never be apart. And there are this sort of these tokens of like deep love. And and by the way, I'm going to just note this for the record. This is not me. This is Kat, who played Mama Tango, who sent me a letter who said, I give these things.
Okay.
So I want you to know that this wasn't even me turning the
I
knife.
imagine based on Regina's art history
Yeah.
knowledge that
Yes.
she might have picked up on something
Yeah.
like she would have some knowledge of what this means.
Yes. Yes.
She tucks that coin into the bedside table. Her bedside table, in their place or whatever.
Half a coin, but it's like that.
Half a coin, her half of the coin. As well as maybe she tucks the letter in her pillowcase. She'll have to read that at a more private time, more personal time. Tonight she's on a mission. She's working tonight, and she can't let Doris distract her. She's just gotten over being distracted.
In case it's not clear, Doris has the other half.
Yes, of course. Regina assumed as much.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, I imagine you walk in to Regina staring at herself in the mirror and smoking a cigarette.
You look amazing.
Thank
Wunderbar.
you. Thank you, Oscar. Your ass is fit for Germany.
Yes, it is.
Are we ready to do this?
I should tell you about Elias. He is, well, in the continent full of killers, he is, a rare breed. This is in no means me trying to protect you or to say that you can't protect yourself. This is me giving you all of the cards.
Are you afraid of this man, Oscar?
Of course. As I
And
am
he's-
sure if he is intelligent, he's afraid of me.
And he's married to our dear Nicolette.
Yeah.
Well, my question to you is, how are we going to play this? Because both of them know that you are not, in fact, Holgar Lexner.
Yes, that is correct. But they are also the ones that promoted the lie that I was. Let's just say that they did not offer correction for my untimely demise in Berlin. They are on the hook as much as we are, and he pats the pocket where he has tucked the picture.
Yeah.
I am also in the propaganda department, and it is my duty, as you know, as my loving wife, to find perversion and to point it out whenever I can.
Your loving wife could not agree more.
I knew you would. But as far as Elias goes, knows that he escaped the noose only because Hitler and his band took and seized control of Germany. He was responsible for at least a dozen murders of members of the Communist Party. They called him Der Klinger, the Blade. It was...
So I bet he is chocked full of information.
Perhaps.
He is
raw. He is raw, though. He is emotion. He is definitely being led by Nicoletta. He does not possess the ability to guide himself.
Then it sounds to me like we should turn them against one another. What better way to destroy the new head of the SS than to assure that he has problems at home?
Yeah.
It's been made very clear over tea that they don't procreate on a regular basis. She's having fertility issues. It's why she's seeking out Hannah.
With him, though, if that is the case, and he feels that she is a liability, especially with, and again, he pats the picture, she is a detriment to his position, then these seeds are sown.
Agreed. I have a special one. And she pats the leg with the bullet. And she like raises the dress up and you can see like under the hose, you know, with like the line in the back, she's got the wrapping, a very almost like a garter, but it's actually bandaged around. You can see the little bit, and she's tucked the photo next to the gun also up her leg, very high up her leg. She says, I have my own copy. I imagine Nicoletta will find it when she's on her knees.
When you do that, Oscar would look you dead in the eyes and say, Frau Lechner, you're trying to seduce me.
Oscar, why would I bother doing that when you have a nightingale in your shadow?
Hey, Greg.
Oh, boy.
Can I tell you something?
Sure.
It's for free. Like you don't have to pay anything for it. It's just knowledge. Would you like some knowledge?
Well, sure.
It's free knowledge.
When did knowledge ever hurt anybody, Trooper? Sure, I'd love it.
Just
Cool.
like reading books. It's totally safe.
Cool.
No harm ever
You
came
ever
from
heard
it.
of Pandora? What?
So you know Elias.
Yeah.
You know what's so cool about him? Besides the fact that he's called the Blade because he killed all those communists, right? You know what's also really cool about him?
He likes puppies and is gonna assure that the Holocaust never happens.
Well, I mean, he has killed puppies before.
Oh my God, this guy's gotta die.
He was a serial killer before the war started. He didn't just kill communists. He was called the Blade for more than one reason. There was a lot of like serial killing in Germany in between the two wars. There were a lot of kind of like sketchy. They called them Lustmord, sort of like weird sex serial killings. He was one of those people. He was one of those people that killed prostitutes, women. This is not well known.
The worst kind.
Yeah, he's one of those people. Not well known. This isn't that's not really known at all. It's just one of those things that rumor has it in the high-ranking bits of which you have been. You were a high-ranking SS officer. That he, you know, as you said, he would have gone to the noose had Hitler not come to power, and he would have. It's just that he ingratiated himself into the power structure, and he was very, very good at what he does, which involves carving things into people and out of people.
Does Oscar share this information?
This is rumor information that you know about him.
Right. And he would tell you, you know, that there was at least a dozen murders, that probably whenever these were probably occurring before Oscar was folded into service. And so the discussion would be, you know, that the hint or the intimation or the rumor is that these murders began well before Hitler's rise, ultimate rise to power, and expulsion in 33, or expulsion of the communists in 33. So he's
And the plus side is that once he's been in, he doesn't like recreationally murder people anymore, as far as you know.
Oh yes, he's a family man now.
well.
I will take this under consideration. It seems that, as cruel as he is also a bit promiscuous. This is a weakness. I'm really good at pouring salt in weaknesses. I imagine that if I wanted to hook him, it would not be difficult. Plus, when he figures out who you actually are, I imagine he would do whatever he could, including corrupt your perfect wife.
It thinks that he has gained something then, and we have discussed this before. They must all see a loving couple, somebody worthy of the chase when Elias ends and Nicoletta.
I imagine when we arrive tonight, and I gesture to the two of us, we shall do a fine job of presenting ourselves as exactly who we need to be.
He would, careful of her leg, take her in, if allowed, take her in a dance position and do the traditional twirl, like semi-twirl, and then just say, "Oh, my dear, when they are standing here in my shoes, I will be the invisible man."
Here's to hoping. We need people to know you but not recognize you. Regina lets go of her hand and she says, "My turn." And she grabs you and spins you.
Absolutely.
Equally the sad.
Just joy absolute pops over Oster's, and he twirls like he has never twirled before. It's been a bit.
She says, "You know, one day when all this is done and we win this war, I hope that you'll be able to twirl however you like in public, Oscar. A dream, but one worth fighting for, I'd say."
Then we share the same dream, as I for you.
Then let us go catch a bunch of Nazis, shall we?
And he would offer his arm as an equal, not as a husband, at least until they reach the threshold of the apartment.
Right, until they have to be. Otherwise, Regina puts her fur on, noting she clasps it with a pin. Little camera, little picture action while we're there, okay? And she, little picture action.
They do a selfie first.
Yeah. They the first selfie. And she will graciously and equally accept his.
Did
arm.
you want to tell me about Nicolette at all? I remember you said you wanted to say something about her.
Oh, that's true.
I forgot.
I guess Regina would say, you know, she sent me this dress. Nicoletta.
It's her mistake.
I would agree. Showed a weakness that I was not expecting to see out of her again. She is just as vicious as he is. She may not fight with knives, but she is a master manipulator. And that comes from a master manipulator.
Then I will ask you, are you scared of her?
Every day I wake up and she's still here. She is my weakness as well as my biggest regret.
Then we have something they don't expect. Each other.
This is true. Do you remember in that alleyway when I told you not to break my heart, Oscar?
Yeah.
Thank you for keeping your promise. She, straightens his tie a little bit. They reach for the door. They have to step out and be people that they're not.
Mm. And I think with all of that... Oh, I did not get your goal, Regina.
Did we get Oscar's goal?
He wants to make sure that the story
yes.
is out. And that he looks real good.
Regina's goal. Regina would like to make herself look really good and Nicoletta look really bad.
Mhm.
I like how there's a lot of looking at people that aren't me. That's I'm just gonna throw that out
Yeah.
there.
Also goals, yeah. Look at everybody, but yeah, Regina wants to make. She's not really presented herself publicly since the honeymoon here, a year in Paris. They've been in like this
In love.
fantastical romantic honeymoon type thing. And they finally come out for his new job or whatever. Yeah, she's not really made herself public, and so she's here to make a statement. And if she's got to, like I said, if she's got to wear the dress Nicoletta bought her, she might as well use it to her advantage.
And it is the evening, and it is this beautiful chateau. It is full of important people. When you are all brought in, of course, Frida's already there working the entire time, actually. And Lisette is also, thank you, gifters. Lisette is also there. She is doing her job as the person who lets everybody know that these invaders are not really invading your home. They're just guests and friends. And so they aren't really just commandeering and invading and being awful by murdering your fellow citizens. They're just good friends. And it is her job to sell that lie. And if she doesn't, it won't be great for her. And so she is there to welcome everyone in as they come in and come out. And I think the first person of our three who comes in will be the prince. There'll be a car that has sort of moved him there. And when you're brought in, there's this house has large grounds, right, with a wall. And you're let in, the car brings you in. And I want to note that as you're driving, as you're in this car, there are very few cars on the road because most people don't have fuel. It's actually very difficult to get fuel ration cards. And when you're driving in, you see a few bombed out homes here and there. You see some people on the street shuffling, trying to sell things, little bits. There's crushing poverty when you drive through the city. But as you move out of the city and into this chateau, you see this house that is like a 3-story home, a large palatial estate. There's walls to keep out the riffraff. And when you come in this sort of gravel driveway, there are cars, numerous cars, and there are people. It's like a Hollywood party, if you can imagine, right? And as you're brought in, somewhere in the back, because there's snow everywhere, there is a hedge maze in the back of this home. You can just see it in the corner. And when you come into this house, there's this absolutely stunning woman in this emerald green dress who smiles, and she greets you warmly. She goes, "Oh, monsieur." And somebody who's probably going to be Frida is sent to hand her a card with who you are. You have to and she takes it. "Ah, Your Highness." And she smiles and she nods. She goes, "I am the Countess Lisette Roland. Please, welcome to my home. You are, it is lovely to see you here." And as she sort of...
Sure, it's mine, madame. Thank you for inviting me.
As she opens her hands this way, you see this open sort of ballroom full of people. You see a table full of food, a lot of food. There is shrimp, there is meat, there's like a roast pig, there's all sorts of turnips, root vegetables. This is like a kind of obscene amount of food in this place. There's cheese, there's wine, there are fruit plates, all sorts of things that you cannot normally get in December in France under an embargo. And there is so much of it. And the people that you see here, you see Coco Chanel in this amazing fur coat. You see a number of the most influential French celebrities, real old money. You see men in Nazi uniforms laughing as they drink champagne. You see on the walls a bunch of art has been put up that you're like, wait, I think that's actually a famous piece of art that was probably stolen from somewhere. So this whole place is full of stolen art, beautiful people in luxurious furs laughing, and there's a small string quartet in the corner playing Beethoven string quartets, some good German classical music in the corner. And this woman, this countess, she just takes your hand and squeezes it and smiles this wide smile as you see this beautiful home full of Nazis and celebrities.
You have a wonderful home, madame.
Thank you so much. It is my pleasure to welcome you, and I heard, I was told it was my pleasure to invite you, of course, and I hear that you are quite of interest to a number of people here. I'm sure they will seek you out while you are here tonight. And if you need anything, of course, please, this is my assistant, Evelyn. She will help you with anything that you need as well.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
And this woman, Lisette, just sort of when she gestures to you, Frida, her hand brushes your shoulder because you're not that far away from her. And as her hand brushes your shoulder, it kind of just rests there and gives you a little bit of a squeeze before she sort of just lets your shoulder go and kind of puts the happy smile back on. The happy smile. Happy smile.
Happy smiles, both of them.
Perhaps
this is a happy smile party.
Oh, a happy smile party. Oh, and she says, I was told you were coming here from Italy.
Well, yes, indeed.
Oh, I'm sure the weather is lovely. I have been to Italy myself many times in the past.
Oh.
Yes. We had my family and we would sometimes go to the lake for summers.
Italy does have beautiful summers. Quite, very, very true. I do miss it, especially considering it's quite cold outside. I do miss the country summers out there.
Yes, and unfortunately we cannot go skiing. It is just not the place. This is Evelyn Garner. She is responsible for the beautiful flowers that you can see here tonight.
Beautiful arrangements, Miss Evelyn. Wonderful.
They are very
I must say,
good,
you have found quite the shop for an arrangement here.
I had heard of this shop myself once or twice, but I had never encountered it before. And
it seems very deft hands made these.
I think so. I've seen many a good flower arrangement in my past, and I would say that Ms. Garnier, you have a very good touch. I am impressed. Whoever did this, you did this, yes?
Yes, me and my helpers. My helpers are very skilled.
This is very good. I think I could probably get you quite a bit of business. And then she makes a face as she sees one of your helpers, and she looks at Luke for a moment, and then she looks at you for a moment, and then she just happy smile.
Was that like noticeable?
Give me empathy.
I was about to say, did we see the light bulb? Yeah.
Yeah.
Both of us, or
anyone who wants to ask a question about that?
Okay. Oh, come on, please. Okay, well, that's not failure.
I'ma try.
Do it.
Oh, nice.
She beat you by one.
Oh,
come on.
Man.
What would you like to do about that? Because right now she's going to ask you a question.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, sometimes that's not always bad.
Yeah.
This is a discover action. If you fail, the person that you're wanting to discover information on gets to get information about you.
Just, what do I know about Evelyn Garnier and the flower shop? The answer is very little. Ooh.
She has
I
a good
spent a-
empathy.
Yeah, no. So I have a good empathy, but I'm gonna say it looks like she has a great empathy. So that's what I'm gonna say. Oh, if I spend a fate point, that'll put me 1 point above her, won't it?
And you can ask her a question, or you can ask a question of her, as it were.
Yeah.
You can suss out something.
Suss out something. She's like questioning whether or not Luke should have been brought here now.
What would you like to do? You have 2 fate points.
I do, but my husband might
But
show
you
up.
also have a boost that you have her empathy, which you could spend for that +2 for free.
I do. I'm gonna use her I'm gonna use that boost right,
All right.
now. I
That's
think
what
that's
boosts
a
are
good use
for.
of that boost. Yeah, I forgot I had the boost. Thanks.
You may
I'll
ask
use
her a
that.
question. You may ask a question of her as she notes Luke and then looks at you with a bit of a question mark on her face.
Yeah. Me brain's going, that a bad thing? I think Freda is more smart than that, so I'm gonna word that better. She obviously recognizes him to some degree. Is her recognition of Luke is that a good thing, or how does that change her perception of me?
Oh, okay. Okay, that's a good question. How does her recognizing Luke change her perception of you? Oh, I like that question. It's a very quick flash. You can tell that she's very good at hiding her feelings. Again, I'm sure you have no idea what this is like at all.
I have no idea what that's like.
But you see this flash. She had not seen Luke before. She sees him.
Oh.
You see her well, she had not seen him before tonight. You see her see him, she recognizes him. And then she turns to you with a new assessment. It seems to you that she suspects that if you are connected to Luke, you are probably connected to... And you can see her give a glance around the room to see if there's anyone else here she notices. You suspect that she thinks you're a member of a resistance cell that she probably knows.
And does that look like a bad thing?
No.
Good. That's good. It's because it's not a you're part of those dirty resistance. Okay.
But I would say there's a little flash of desperation.
Okay.
Just like that tiny flash of like...
definitely not familiar or anything.
No, oh, help might have arrived, right?
Yeah.
But then you can also tell that you get a sense that she wants maybe protect you, right? All of a sudden she's like, oh, okay. If this is one of these people, I need to...
Good. Okay, yeah, that was worth the boost.
Protect her, right? That she's
yes.
Like all of a sudden you are now an ally that she needs to protect, right? Like this is sort of her thought.
Happy day.
And
that was much better than I thought.
Right?
That was the thing. I couldn't meta tell you, but like ally is the right word. She's an ally.
Yeah.
That's good.
But she didn't know that you were someone... She didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Until she saw Luke and she's like, oh, wait, hold on a second.
Hold on a second. Yeah, cool.
And then she kind of does this thing, which you're like, She turns to Preetam and she goes, oh, Your Highness, let me take you with me. And she leads him away from you as if wanting to, because she doesn't know who he is, but she's decided that you're an ally. And so she wants to make sure that you are not being looked at too much. And so she sort of takes his arm. And she goes, there was someone who wanted to speak with you. Come, let me introduce you.
Oh, thank you.
Meanwhile, she has no idea. Freda's like, internal panic. Don't leave me alone up here to greet the guests. My husband might show up.
And she takes you, Preetam, away from her new ally because she doesn't know. And she doesn't. Nope.
It's fine.
And she pulls you through this party and she introduces you to a man. And this man is, he is heavy set. I would say he's got like a thinning hair, sort of getting a bit of a comb over, a small little kind of Hitler-style mustache, but he's wearing a suit, big sort of round pot belly, and he's wearing a suit that is quite expensive, but not, oh, well, you're a prince, so not that expensive. Not your level of expensive, but more like upper middle class expensive, like upper middle class striving sort of expensive, I would say. And he has like a little bit of lettuce on his jacket, and he's eating like a bit of celery, and he's got a little bit of like spinach dip in his teeth. And he sees you and he goes, I assume that you are the almost journalist from Italy.
Yes, hello. Nice to meet you. I didn't know my reputation preceded me.
Oh, I was one of the people that wanted to invite you to this party. I'd read your work, and I am very glad to have you here. You'll have to forgive me. I am the head of the French Journalist Association, a new association, French Nationalist Journalist Association. You probably, you may not have heard of me, but I'm very happy to have you here. I was very moved by your work, to have someone speak so forcefully against, and then there's this slight pause, against British Empire, I think is very good and very strong. And I would love to have someone of your caliber speaking against the terrors of British colonialism and the valuable aspects of, well, I mean, let's be very honest. French colonialism is much more positive and friendly, and I feel like you could be a very good voice to speak for the strength of the French colonies. I would like to make, I'm going to make an attack against you right now, my friend.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, he thinks this is a rapport attack, is what he thinks.
Okay.
He's going to rapport you.
Okay.
And the roll is going to be a good. Could you roll your will to resist?
My will?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank Lord.
Uh-huh.
Mother...
You are missing this by 2. You have choices. There are things that you can do. You can take the shame. You can take two mental stress.
Okay. Quick question. So how does this? Because my will is in the great category, and does that automatically give that +4 or plus whatever?
It looks like you just rolled real bad. You did.
Okay.
You rolled super
rolled
bad.
Real bad.
Okay.
You can spend a fate point to re-roll if you like.
You could have only rolled one worse.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so if you roll, if you hover over it, KP, it'll show you your fudge die, which is that you got 3 negatives plus the 4, which left you with the 1 only.
Yeah.
So a reroll could help. A 4's a pretty good. I mean,
should I go ahead and re-roll and try? Is that
you gotta use that fate point.
Use the fate point.
All right, I'll do it.
And I know that you're cool under pressure. I know you have an aspect for that.
Oh,
yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect reason to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so I will use that and re-roll.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Okay, so now
that's what's up.
This guy starts talking about how great the French Empire is and how great French colonialism is, as a way to clearly try to influence you, because we're just walking into like a lovely mellow conflict right now, and he's like, I mean, wouldn't you agree that the French have the French ways of doing with colonialism is much better, and if the French were in charge of India, your life would be much better, don't you think?
Well, as much as I would love to agree, I'm not too very much familiar on the French side of things, but in my opinion, generally just colonialism on its own, rather than treating it as equals, it seems more of like an additional management, and I do think that India has a lot to offer as equals, as as a empire, as a source of many resources. I don't think as French and Indian people can work together for a mutual cause. Why follow the British rule? I mean, British ways when we can always forge our own paths.
Before the door opens, I'm going to ask you: are you counterattacking?
You know what? Why not? Let's do this.
It seems to me that you are counterattacking with rapport. Please do.
Come on, baby. God damn it.
Let me roll his will. Let's see how this goes.
Could roll
for
real
him.
bad.
He could roll bad. He could roll bad.
His will is it is a tie.
Ooh.
Which means you get a boost. You don't do any damage to him psychologically, but you get a boost on this guy who is that you can then use a little bit later. Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you a question since you're in a bit of a conflict. Would you like to say yes? Would you like to pass it to either Regina or Oscar?
Who's nearest to me right now?
They haven't arrived yet.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think I'll. I've been given major hints, so I think Oscar. How about that?
So, it is at this moment that Oscar and Regina come into the party. This is their entrance into this space. And when you walk in, of course, they're not playing the jazz this time, I'm afraid. That would be, they learned, I think, their lesson from the last time. No jazz at these parties anymore. But instead there's a really nice string quartet playing in the background. And there is stolen art on the walls. There's some...
Oh, and I'm at the front desk by myself.
And when you walk in...
Take note of every piece that is there.
There is Evelyn Garnier to greet you.
I note her and then look away. I ignore her.
And as soon as we walk in, the art, the beautiful flowers, the whole...
it's gorgeous.
Oscar's whole job here and the entire presence that he is projecting as Holgar is, all of this is rubbish. Who I am with.
By the way, I am going to let you all make your
hostess
moves.
greeting.
She's
Oscar's
hostessing
a huge
you.
asshole.
Oh, he is. Yeah. Holgar is not.
Perfect.
Yeah. Do you even acknowledge her existence as she greets you?
Mm-mm. I literally would make way so she doesn't impede Regina's approach. Like, it's almost like, excuse me. You know, not even excuse me.
Yeah.
Move.
As Regina walks into this place, and some eyes turn to you, some don't, but everybody looks to see who's coming in. You look amazing, as does Holgar. And you hear it. Ooh, darling. And you see Suzanne Abetz, the wife of the ambassador, come swooping in to see you. And she goes, oh, kiss, mwah, 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 for. My dear, you look stunning. You look beautiful. Who designed this dress? Is it Coco Chanel? Tell me.
Is it Coco Chanel?
Mm-hmm. It is, and it is privately made.
We?
Oh, very impressive. You know she is here. She's dating some Luftwaffe officer. Come, let me bring you around.
Momentarily. Oh. I thought maybe you'd like to meet my husband.
Oh, she says. And she walks up to you and she goes, she puts out her hand.
He will take it. And it is a textbook, like, snap from the waist down, kisses it. That's it. Just a not even an audible, like, how are you? And he would turn his attention back to Regina.
And she goes, Captain Leixner, she says. You know, I have heard very good things about you.
Yeah. Such as?
Oh, I've heard that you are quite the new young... Her eyes drift. back up to your face. Quite young Wunderkind, I think they say this in German. Many people are speaking about your talent.
And with that bit of praise, Oscar would have Holgar's demeanor lighten. This is a very nice of you to say. This is a new city for us, and we are trying so hard to make friends and promote the Reich.
And she says, she just sort of looks over to Regina. Would you perhaps introduce me officially to your husband? And she is this woman, Susanna Abetz. Let me show you, my dearest audience.
Regina says, my apologies. Dearest. And Regina, like, puts a hand on you because make a show, right?
This is her right there.
This is Susanna Abetz, French, a wife to the French ambassador.
German ambassador to France.
I'm sorry. Oh, German ambassador to France.
And she says that as if it makes it
right.
Yeah, just to show how important she is, right? That she's got her husband's German, you know.
Dare I say, the best company for tea.
This is true. Your wife is, in addition to quite stunning, she is charming company. Not everyone gets to have tea with me, but I have heard very good things about you from my husband, Mr. Captain Leixner. Let's just say that if you keep playing your cards correctly, well, the State Department loves good people.
He would, nod in appreciation of this inroads with the ambassador side of everything, with the diplomatic side. But when his wife touches him, he would kind of catch her wrist lightly, and he would turn into her hand and kind of kiss the back of her hand, his eyes still on the woman, and he would look back with the hand still like right by his cheek and just say, I appreciate you helping my wife acclimate to this grand city. It's under tutelage like yours that such transitions can be eased.
Speaking of transitions and easing things, I must introduce you to a very good friend of mine, Corinne Nucher. She's a brilliant actress. Please, please, please. And you can tell that she's angling to bring our casting director to her friend, very pale and wasting away young actress, who's,
Regina goes, yes, this is the one I was telling you about, darling. Remember?
Yes. And much like he did with Clements Braun, who was the little guard on
Clements
the.
Braun.
Clements, he's around. He will be there. He's very excited. If you can get guard duty.
He would come forward, like sweep forward all the director, all purpose. Yeah. And who is this? What was the name of this?
Corinne. She is young. She is beautiful, especially if you like tuberculosis, which is great for your complexion. Welcome in, Raiders. She's 20 years old, but she dresses as if she's 40. She's got that sort of that like, I'm an established woman, but she's 20, and she smiles at you, and across the room, the man who's speaking to you, Preetam, goes, "Oh, come closer.
Yes.
Look right over there. That young lady over there. Look at her."
Ah.
And he points to this woman who's pale and young, and is talking to Regina and Holgar. And he says, "Now that is my daughter. She is beautiful, don't you think?"
Oh, she's quite stunning indeed.
She is married well, but I think she's a little bit sad not to be acting anymore. But I feel that at 20, retiring from acting is a good move. She should be at home, being a housewife of this sort of thing.
Seems quite a British notion, don't you think?
Well, I don't know, but she was always so tired. Do you think?
She seems quite young as 'tis, and I'm sure she would make much inroads in the field if she were to continue. Why let marriage stop that? I'm sure if she has a supporting husband, she could go quite far. And a supporting father.
He seems to contemplate if this is like good for his like reputation and vibe as he ponders it.
If anything else, I would say it would stick it to those dirty Britishers, showing you that you're above their petty, backward practices.
Well, I do think the British are so backwards. And he's like contemplating this, with this idea of like maybe this could stick it to the man.
Yeah.
And he's like pondering it really heavily. You can see it. And he goes, by the way, Jean Leclerc, if you smiles.
My
at you.
apologies.
Oh,
I figured as much. I mean, as soon as you had mentioned you were the what was it again? Hold up. The head journalist at the new Journalist Association. I learned myself. I'm who's the what's its and whatnots of this world, and I must say I'm a great fan of your work as well.
Oh well, merci. Now, if you notice that man that he's speaking, that my daughter is speaking with, he would be somebody that you might want to get to know. He is the new, what you call this, the young gun over at the propaganda department. He's doing with film and whatnot, newspaper. He's one of those people that is, if you are in the journalism like you and I, you want to get a bit well known. He's not a bad person to get on your side, I think.
Oh, definitely. It's a skill for sure. If you don't mind introducing me to him, I would love to meet him.
I would love to. Let me introduce you. Come with me. And this man sort of comes up with his sort of strange mustache, and he walks up to you and says, Corinne, I hope you are not bothering these fine people today. And he sort of smiles and he makes a sort of a bow and he goes, I have heard of you are the Captain Likes. Now, let me introduce you to the Prince Preetam Singh. He's not only is he a prince from India, which I understand, of course, India being the enemy of everything, but I don't know if you know this, he was living in Italy for some time, writing very amazing letters to the paper. And now at this moment when the United States has declared war on Italy, then I think that this man, probably who loves Italy very much, is part of our crew. He has said many amazing things about the ways in which the British Empire is oppressive, and that India could be an ally to us.
Pleasure to meet you, sir. I've heard some great things about your work.
And as you would say that, Oscar's face went on a journey from why am I being introduced to this person to a look of revelation and then a look of respect. And he would take your hand. I have read your work. It is, and he would look back at Regina. This is the writer I was telling you about. It's a very
and this
supportive views.
Regina goes, yes, this is the one we've made the rule about. You can only talk once a day about him. He seems to have a bit of a fascination with you.
Well, I hope I didn't cause any stresses at home. My apologies.
She goes, quite the contrary. I love to hear him talk.
And this man goes, I am Jean Leclerc. I am the head of the French National Journalist Association, and I'm a person that can do many good favors for you all. And I am very pleased to introduce you to His Royal Highness.
Royal Highness?
A pleasure to meet you all. I'm still new to this area, so I'm still trying to get to know the social circles. So my good friend here has deemed it his pleasure to come and do so. And so, but I do see that you are quite busy, so I don't want to keep too much, keep my company with you too long. So if you don't mind, sir, we should probably leave them be. The poor couple don't want to talk to random strangers.
And then you hear the clinking of glasses.
Speak to
tink, tink,
Oh,
tink,
sorry.
tink, 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 right at that moment.
Turns.
And there is Lisette, and she's standing at the bottom of the grand staircase that leads up to the upper part of the home. And she goes, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you today the guests of honor for this welcome party. The couple that we are here to honor and welcome into Paris. The couple for whom we are so pleased to be working hand in hand together with. This is, and you can see the party planner lurking in the background, looking at his.
Regina reaches out and grabs Oscar's hand in this moment and like squeezes a little bit, like, here it comes. It's.
And like Heath Ledger, he would just say, "Here we go."
And there is the party planner is in the back looking through the list of guests. He has the guest list and he's looking to see if anybody's missing or not missing. He's having a slight panic. And then he just, as the clinking happens, he rushes up to you, Rita, and he goes, and he thrusts into your chest this clipboard with this list. And he goes, make sure everyone is here. There's no, if anybody's missing that, we have to know. And he just sort of like rushes off again, leaving you with this list, this guest list. Just
I read this guest list.
interesting. And I'll get back to that for a moment. So I'm sure they're names you're interested in. It's fascinating.
I'm sure there are. And I make sure to just position myself from the front entrance so that way my face isn't the first thing you see, so I'm not recognizable from a distance. As I read this list, I'm like, oh, let me look. Like, I'm doing admin, and if someone comes, then I will, yeah.
We're going to get back to that as Lisette continues her speech. And she says, we are very pleased to have with us tonight this welcome party for the new head of the Gestapo for France and his lovely wife. Please, everyone, she is one of the most sparkling guests in Berlin, as I have been told, that she is beautiful, she is charming, she is funny, she is a wonderful rider of horses, I have been told, and also very kind, and knowledgeable of all of the best fashion coming out of Berlin, which I have been told makes the fashion here in Paris look provincial. And so having someone this special and knowledgeable will make all of our lives much better here in Paris. And of course, her husband is well known to be... he's well known to be a lover of art and literature, and he is a brave soldier, been given many awards for bravery, I'm sure. Please let us all bring our glasses together for... And she sort of has a bit of a falter, I suppose, would be the best way to put it. It's like there's just a little bit of a catch in her voice at that moment, and she catches herself. Elias Jaeger and his wife, Nicoletta. And she claps, and he steps out from this upper staircase. And he steps to the side, and she emerges from above. And she is gorgeous in a bias-cut silk black dress that clings with sort of white accents that frames herself perfectly. And she almost slinks down the staircase as if she were like water. And he, a bit stiff, with a kind of a predatory military bearing, accompanies her down the staircase. And as they walk, the band plays Lily Marlene, this song for her. And people clap as they walk down this staircase. And when they get to the bottom of the staircase, she leans forward to Lisette and gives her the kiss on both cheeks. And Elias leans forward to give her kisses on both cheeks, and she sort of just hesitates. She blanches a little bit before she does her job of being a good host and returns the baiser. for both of them. And it's that slight pause. And then you can see people wanting to come to speak with them. Like you can see all the flies coming to sort of meet with them. And
I do not move. We will not beg.
Is there any way that Regina and I could, puff up when they're coming down to draw attention, not from the crowd, but from the descending Elias and Nicoletta, so they see us?
Oh yeah. Oh, better yet, can we take a compel to say they do see us very clearly and grab a fate point?
but how would that be bad for you?
Well, he's not who he says he is. And they are the only two people that know that.
You would like a fate point for that. That sounds like an exciting self-compel, but it's not going to go well for you.
Well, instead of that,
I like it. I'm into it. I'm into it. They will see you.
I was thinking more like we roll for it to see, almost like an attack.
Yes, it is your turn after all. You may provoke a rapport.
Oh, okay. Make a social attack on them. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna do because I have rapport with my.
Mine's
perform.
at a great. I changed mine to a great for this.
Mine is at superb.
I want every.
Really? Get it. Go roll.
But now that I said that, I'm gonna scotch this roll.
Okay,
so
but
bad.
I'm gonna give you the +1. I'm gonna help you on this one because I also have the rapport to give you. We're standing there together, like we should be. So let's do this. Let's do this. You got this, Greg.
I know.
That if you give him the +1, that will end your turn. You'll give up your turn, Regina.
That's okay because we're wanting the same outcome.
So that's a
It'll be
5.
5. Yeah.
Fair.
Because we're wanting the same outcome, which is to be noticed by him.
That's gonna be 3. But I'm gonna spend one of my fate points so that it's not that much because that's.
So that'll be a 5.
So that basically it'll be a 3 versus your 5. So he will only lose by 2 because that's a lot.
Don't lose your composure. Don't lose your composure in front of all these people.
Yeah. He's going to take some mental stress right now when he sees you.
He would blow Elias a kiss, just making sure nobody is watching. As soon as he sees him, he just.
Ooh, he's going to take that mental stress right now from your attack. Who do you pass your turn to? Right now, we have had Preetam has gone. Jean-Luc has gone. You and Regina have gone.
I need to give it to Frida so she can get out of wherever she needs to be.
Yeah.
Nice, Frida. Hey, Frida. You look at the list.
Yeah.
You know who's not on that list anywhere? Your husband. Would you like a fate point? Because you have a trouble aspect, and that trouble aspect is jealous, controlling husband. He has not been invited to this party because somebody is not nearly as important as he would like to be.
He thinks he is, yeah.
But he would
Or
like to come to
be.
this party anyway. I will give you a fate point if your husband decides to crash this party.
I already have 2 fate points right now.
I know.
So I feel.
If you don't want to tap him, you have to give me a fate point.
Oh. Oof. Well, Greg shook his head no, and Dots just made a bunch of faces, so I don't know what that means.
I think it means that they want your husband to show up and cause trouble at the party.
Oh, you got to do you.
Do we not have enough trouble at the party already?
We can resolve the problems we got.
Okay, I will. I will. This is hard, y'all.
I'm so excited for what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks. Go ahead.
While Lindy is thinking about this, I would like to take a pause and let everybody know I played with Lindy for several years now. The thing that Lindy hates the most is when given a player currency that she's allowed to spend, whether it be fate points or momentum or something like that, she hates to spend it. It's her least favorite thing in the world. I love Lindy. Back to her.
How excited Trooper looks about that, though.
I mean, I don't think Trooper will let me hoard 20 fate points, though. So.
Hey, you can hoard them all you want. It just means that you don't get... I mean, I'm going to give you compels, but you know. So you have a choice. You can get a fate point and your husband does not crash the party.
I can either go to 3 fate points or go to 1 fate point.
Yes.
How are everyone else's fate points looking? Oh, not great.
Nope.
Am I the only one with fate points?
But we still have some in the group. We still have 2 in group.
Okay, we still have 2 group points.
So
and Trooper still has 3.
I have 3.
Trooper's got 3. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Here, I've got 3, and nobody else has any, which is very exciting.
Yeah,
Boom.
you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I have fate points. I'm less likely to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it. Let's have someone not on the guest list arrive.
Great. I'm going to give you a fate point because you have a jealous, controlling husband who likes to be places.
He does.
So as you stand there, a man walks in.
But Lizette's done with her speech.
Yes.
Does she come back over here?
This man is a German captain.
Oh, captain. Okay, that's better than colonel.
Mm-hmm. And he walks in, and you can see him looking around for someone. Looking for someone. And he sees you and goes,
I've got the clipboard covering like this half of my face.
Mademoiselle?
Bonjour?
He goes, my name is Marco Krona. I should be on the list.
Oh, let me see.
And he's looking.
On the list.
He's on the list. He's looking, and he sees
Yes,
Regina.
please.
And he just smiles at you. Oh, excuse me. I have a +1. And he turns back as
Of course, please.
As Lisette is doing her job with these 2. And in walks your husband. Your husband, who is not handsome.
No. Do we still have his picture on the...
I feel like we do. Let me just check for your
awful.
husband. Yeah,
He's the worst.
He's pretty awesome. I feel like I've got him in here somewhere. In my where is he? Oh, I do. I have him. Let me just bring you all over there, everybody, so that you can all see him, because I feel like you might want to see the awesome husband.
You know, at least he's someone's +1. I'm sure he hates that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he doesn't.
He's
like
a captain's +1. That's
Yeah, he's a captain's +1. Everybody.
As a colonel.
Yeah, as a colonel, he's a captain's +1 at a party. As a colonel, and he's got this like military haircut, Hitler mustache in gray, and he walks in as if he owns the place. I am going to need a deception from you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to need a deception from you.
Deceive?
Yay!
The question is how he made, Coldrake says, how he made Colonel to me is a mystery. Oh, he made Colonel because of her.
Yeah.
Okay. He walks in and he...
Clipboard up. Glasses on, so that they're it's hard to tell shape. She's used to putting on roles.
Takes off his overcoat and he throws it in your face. And he goes, "Take care of this for me." As he
Oui, monsieur.
As he brushes by you and kind of knocks you in the shoulder, not even looking you in the face. As he brushes by you.
Has a tiny heart attack under the coat. But also a bit of relief, but also heart attack.
And he goes straight to check out this party to see whether he thinks he could have done it better. And he kind of starts prowling this party. And then he comes back to you. And he goes, you.
In the coat. Oui, monsieur. And I'm like,
Let me have your guest
not
list.
quite facing him.
Let me have your guest
but
list.
Oui, monsieur. Clipboard. Just straightening out his jacket.
And
like
he
a,
looks to see if you're on the list.
I am not on the list. I don't believe.
And you are not on the list. And he just throws the clipboard back at you. And he goes into this party. And it's quite aggressive. And you can see he's stalking this party.
Yep.
Looking for you.
Yes.
What would you like to do? You have a move before you can pass it off to...
Is hiding behind a clipboard and checking the guest list for the captain party planner a move? Because he did ask me to do that. And I can report this +1 that this other captain brought in.
That feels like you're trying to set up an advantage. Some kind of deceptive advantage.
Sure.
Roll your deceive.
I would love to do that.
But I believe you can roll perform because you're trying to maintain a cover. Is that not correct?
I can roll perform or deceive instead of provoke. But if you allow me to roll perform for my act as hostess party planner.
Wait, what is your stunt there? What do you have there?
My stunt is picture of perfection. Can use deceive instead of provoke when it comes to my social image. And right now I am a florist. That is my social image. I am the florist and hostess.
Are you trying to provoke him in some way?
I'm not.
So you're not trying to provoke him.
I don't think so. I don't want to engage him.
Well then.
I'm just setting up an advantage for later, if that's possible.
Then that would be deceive.
I can use deceive. You know what? Since I leveled up, it's the same as my performance. It's good.
Good. That's just a tie.
Oh.
So you get a boost.
Okay, I'll take a boost.
I'm gonna
Is not
point out, by the way,
yeah.
that I'm gonna do something really evil to you all real soon. But I care about you all very much.
I have a party planner boost.
You do. And you're gonna get one more boost. Who do you pass
Party
it
planners
to?
are important people.
All of the party has gone. You can pass it to Nicoletta, or you can pass it to our good buddy Elias Yeager.
Yeager? Nicoletta? Nicoletta? Let's do I have a feeling that Nicoletta might come in and interfere with Yeager rather than the other way around. She might calm things down rather than escalate things. He seems like an escalator, so let's have him go next, and maybe the other lady can de-escalate. I don't know what's gonna happen, because I don't know these people terribly well, but I'm gonna pass it to Yeager.
And also, we're getting to our cliffhanger. Before our duo episodes, by the way, everybody, I'm so excited. Yeager looks at you and he makes a beeline to you. He walks right up to you. Oh, yes, to you. And he smiles broadly. His wife is following, but at a slight distance. She's observing what's going to happen. And he walks right up to you and he goes, well, I believe we've met before, have we not? Yes, I believe we have. We've met at a party, I think, in Berlin.
It escapes my mind, but Captain Holger Leichner.
Yes, that's your name. I remember now. It was a party in Berlin. You were quite the conversationalist about your theories on journalism. I remember that you had something quite fascinating to say about new methods. Perversion, I think it was. He's going to make a provoke attack on you right now as he tries to needle you about your knowledge of Holgar's theories of perversion, and journalism. And you can tell he thinks this is funny. I rolled a good. You're going to need a will.
Will.
Mm-hmm.
Can I fold my husband's coat on the hanger in a way that I know he's going to hate when he puts it on later? Like, just get the creases in the wrong spots?
So you do want to do a provoke against him. I feel like we'll get there. Some passive-aggressive provokes, all right?
I was just thinking of some very passive-aggressive things, because she's very passive-aggressive.
Give me, he's beating you by 2. And I'm going to spend one of my fate points. Just to make this a little bit worse for you. Because it is his aspect that he's going to invoke is he gets under people's skin, and he gets to use that for more than one purpose, by the way. Bringing that up to a 5.
What are my options here, Trooper?
Well, you have no fate points, but
I know that.
But you do have your boost for being the current golden boy, and which would bring you up to a 3 versus his 5, so you'd only be losing it by 2.
Okay.
Which is 2 mental stress that you would have to take. And I believe that's all of your boosts that you have. There are 2 group fate points that you could also use if you wanted.
Now I'm going to leave those for everybody else. Unless we're at the end.
We are.
At the very. Okay, now can I use one of them now to bring it even? Okay, yeah, I'll use one.
What's the aspect?
Oh, the aspect right here is the show must go on. And if he wants to play, then as he's sitting there enjoying this, a huge smile comes across Oscar's face. Yes, let's talk about the past.
He will then pass this to his wife as we are going to end our episode real soon. And she, as a social battle is happening. There are a number of social battles happening all over this, and we're going to get into it, but I like to divide and conquer. And as Elias and Holgar are having a bit of a chat about politics, just like a snake, a viper, slowly you just feel, Regina, a hand go right into the crick of your arm. And she's beside you, right next to you. And she leans in and she says to you, "Dearest Regina, it has been so long since I've seen you last. You look..." And she looks you up and down like a predator. Like someone who...
That was the goal.
Yep, like a predator. She looks you up and down and she says, "I see you've got my dress."
Yes. And I see your hands are still ice cold.
You've always been able to warm them up.
Yes, well, my hands now warm something else. And I gesture to my husband.
Oh, yes, yes. Him. You know, we have so much to catch up on. So much to discuss. Would you take a walk with me? She is going to make a rapport attack on you.
Okay.
Will, my friend. 4, great.
It's okay. Regina was going to give into that anyways. So that's what she wanted.
That's 4 mental stress you have to take.
There is a group fate point left.
There's one group fate point left.
Okay. You said there's just one left then. Okay.
Yep.
Doesn't Regina has her boost too because of the dress, right?
Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
Okay, so that makes
You could tie that.
You can tie it up.
To tie it. Yeah. Okay. That seems reasonable. And actually, hang on. Stop. Regina may actually have a stunt while she's at this.
Ooh.
Please.
Let me see if I've got anything else to add to this, because if I could win, it'd be even better. Yes, thanks, Raiders. Okay,
She just is leaning right in, and you can smell her perfume, and you can almost feel her breath right against the soft part of your neck.
Would you consider her a society woman of Paris?
No.
Damn. Okay.
She's just arrived. She's not part of Abet's scene. Suzanne is not super
All right.
excited about her.
Then Regina is going to use her faction action.
Mm-hmm.
She is the ladies' lady.
She is. That is true.
So she will use her stunt, ladies' lady, with that fate point to bring that and tie it at a 4.
You're getting rid of that dress.
Yes,
She
I
will
use the boost
spend.
as well.
She will spend a fate point on her relationship action, which is her relationship aspect, which is she knows Regina inside and out.
Not anymore. She don't.
Bringing her up to a 6 versus your 4.
All right. Regina will soak the 2 mental.
Yep,
Right? So I can just check my 2 box.
that is correct.
Great.
And she smiles.
Regina. Whew. So does that mean Regina has to go with her?
No, you don't have to. It's up to you. But that's what she
says,
wants.
All in good time. I thought you had a party in your honor.
And then she just says to you very quietly, leaning in just so you can hear her only. She says, Regina, I need your help, and I've missed you so terribly.
Well, don't choke on it.
And I think that's where we're going to pause it for this moment. Everyone. We're going to see how this works out. This will be the end. By the way, people in chat, if you have an idea for the title for tonight's episode, please give it to me. I'm going to let you know what's going to happen. Next week and the week after are our duo episodes. We have Regina and Oscar by themselves at the party dealing with their enemies. And we have the prince and we have the Nightingale at the party themselves dealing with their challenges.
The prince and the opera.
Yeah.
It's the prince and the opera singer. It is a good one. That is.
Oh, yeah. So I'm just going to let you know, we have got our 2 teams by themselves because people are going to be pulled apart in their own ways, needing to deal with some challenges, including how much more awesome the French colonial system is than the British colonial system. And don't you agree? As well as a very, very jealous, controlling creep-o husband. And there's a lot of public politics that Frida and Preetam are going to have to deal with, including a woman held hostage in her home. And there's some other kinds of politics that Regina and Oscar are going to have to deal with, including an ex who clearly is still desperately in love with Regina.
Good.
Certainly, that's exactly how she's feeling. And we're going to just see how that works out. And your very best friend, Elias, who's very excited to have this dance with you, Oscar, at the party.
You picked the wrong partner.
Oh, we're going to find out how it happens. We're going to find out.
I'm a very good dancer.
I hope you're all going to be very excited for some very serious social combat for the next 2 sessions. Unless it turns into actual combat. That's not on me. That's all on y'all. I don't know what y'all are going to do, but...
So does stress clear at the end of a scene?
Stress clears when you do something to clear the stress. And you have not yet done that. You're in the middle of a conflict, everybody. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so excited. Here we go, everybody. You have set up some advantages for each other. Let's see what y'all can do. I would like to thank, most of all, KP, who has just arrived in the middle of a Viper's Den for a really intense party with some really exciting people.
I wouldn't call it a Viper's Den. Maybe like a
Den of Nazis.
A den of
Yeah.
Nazis. Yes.
Oh no, this was absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. I had a blast, and I can't wait for more.
Oh, I'm excited to see what you're all like. I'm really excited about like separating you two into two separate groups in this party and having you deal with really intense social conflict and how you're going to get through that and what you can get out of it or not. I'm so excited. Should I say that? Probably shouldn't say that. Oh, I'm very neutral on what's going to happen with all the shenanigans. So, KP, if you might, for me, please tell us who you are, where we can find you, and then if you would give some love to someone else at the table, and what loves to someone else, and what you gift Oscar and Regina for their duo session next episode.
Oh. Okay, first and foremost, I'm KP. I'm also known as KP11 Studios, and also very, very blurry for some reason all of a sudden, but hey, it is what it is. Technical difficulties. But you can find me as KP11 Studios on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, all your social medias pretty much, except for maybe Facebook. I don't think I have one there, or at least it's an old
How's your
one that I
live
don't
journal?
bother with. Yeah, my live journal, my MySpace.
Yeah.
All of them, all of those. I'm a photographer. I'm a primarily that's what I am, and then I do a lot of other like eclectic things. So if any of that interests you, if you are interested in learning about various different cultures, particularly my culture, I do a lot of cultural talks and talk about Hindu mythology and Indian cultures. Specifically with my dad on my Twitch, where we have a show every Wednesday called Storytime, where we discuss, or he narrates a lot of our Indian mythologies and stories, and not just narrates them, but also gives a little bit more context and talks about them and how they apply to your real life and our lives, and et cetera, et cetera. So if any of that interests you, go check that out. I do a lot of other things on my Twitch as well, including gaming and just talking. So yeah, go take a look over there. As far as what I would love, when you say a highlight, do you mean like give a
love to somebody that you want to say you did such a great job, you want to give love to somebody?
Oh, is that so difficult? How can you ask me to do that? Like, everybody was amazing.
Well, you can give love to everybody if you want to. I'm not I'm open to things. You can give love to everybody if you want.
Oh man, yeah, I think everybody was absolutely amazing. I loved how well they got into character. First and foremost, you Trooper you were amazing as a narrator, as a storyteller. Like, you just immersed all of us, especially myself, considering this is my first time going in. I just absolutely loved that. I loved how distinct each character was and how y'all's accents are so pro. Like, I'm just sitting here going, I could barely do maybe an Indian accent and a British accent. Here you are, like, throwing in German and French and British and all these things, and I'm just like stunned at how amazing y'all were. So thank you so much for this great start, and I'm looking forward to more.
I'm also going to just note for the record, oh wait, you have to give your also, do you want to gift Oscar and Regina anything for their duo session next time?
Ooh,
less Exes?
Are these like advantages that we can give each other? Maybe.
I mean, the entire purpose of Preetam's at this party is to be the center of attention and draw attention away from the rest of them. So if me taking away the attention of their exes from them is that, then that's what he'll do.
So what I'm going to say is that you will not be able to get those people away from them. However, there will be an aspect in the scene for them next week, which is the prince is the center of attention. And that is going to be an aspect on the scene that they can invoke when they need to. If they need that distraction, that is there for them. I'm going to write that down, that they're going to get that. And speaking of the person who's going to be with you in your duo episode in 2 weeks, let's go over to Lindy. Lindy!
Hi, that's me. Yeah.
Who are you?
Oh my gosh.
Where can we find you? Give some love, and what gift do you want to give your team? Well, Regina and Oscar, the other part of your team.
Okay, so hi, I'm Lindy. Freda's great. I adore Freda. She is, well, technically, sorry, Evelyn. I'm Evelyn Garnier, and she's just a humble florist and hostess assistant, and she is doing her job diligently at this party. Greg was totally right when he was like, I know Lindy because I played with her for years, and she hates spending resources. That does not just apply to tabletop RPGs. I finished video games with inventories full of potions and unused, consumable items, and even in real life, I swear my soul was born in the 20s, and then it's depression era, no, it's the 30s, we can't use anything. That's just me IRL. I can't help, I don't know what it is, but I hate spending resources. Some love for everyone tonight. Oh gosh, there were so many good moments. I loved it when Regina, we brought back our new addition to the group, and she's like, yes, and this is my, he's playing my husband, and just that subtle it's just an act thing.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I loved how Dot handled that. I thought that was really smooth, so that it wouldn't freak out our poor new initiate to the group, but be like, don't worry, Freda, it's cool, be cool. Yeah. But yeah, I loved that. Oscar,
I'm your wingman, I got you.
Yeah, it's great. I thought Oscar was really good when he was talking about that newspaper article. That just tickled me. I love how he's like, yeah, I'll promote this, and then the interview when he's telling everybody what happened, what went down, my poor wife was shot. Just that whole scene was beautiful. And just our prince chatting with Falstaff on the submarine, oh yes, of course, old Oxford chap. That it tickled me. I don't know how much, if at all, we'll get to see it for the rest of the season or anything, because we're undercover. But I loved getting to see that little side of his character from a third person's perspective. It was beautiful, and I loved it. And gosh, Trooper, why you gotta give me so many compels today? You're like, you want another compel?
I just asked if you wanted one, and then you said yes.
I said yes every time.
Because you're playing compelled chicken with Oscar.
No, it's more like, give me resources, and no, I won't spend them. That's mostly what it is. I can't.
You're gonna spend them sooner or later.
Yeah, I'm sure I will.
I'm sure you're gonna want to.
Yeah, there's gonna be a moment where you're like,
I'm going to want to. Yeah. But gosh, bless it. Anyways, you can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play in and GM a lot of tabletop RPGs. Let's see. It's Friday. Sunday, you can find me and Trooper on Praxagora Thesmophoria's channel for some Romance of the Blue Rose, which I think it's our penultimate. It's close. We're near the end of that season of that campaign, so it's getting real exciting, real juicy, real tragic, terrible. There's a unicorn. It's fine.
I play a bird.
Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, he's a bird. It's great. I'm just a terrible evil twin traitor. It's fine.
Evil parent trap, Lindy.
Evil parent trap. That was my character concept, was parent trap, but I'm the evil twin. It's a time. Monday and Tuesday on my channel, Dungeons and Dragons, and not tomorrow, but next Saturday, Monster of the Week on my channel. It's the second part of our 3-shot, so that should be super duper fun. It's ridiculous if you haven't seen it. And of course, Friday for Aether's Walkway, most likely. So that's about it. Oh, and Wednesday for Witcher, because I'm having panics in that game too. It's fine.
But what gift do you want to give your teammates?
Oh, what gift? I'm gonna say, because Freda didn't really interact with those two at the party in Berlin. She just performed, and she's pretty good cover right now. So I'm gonna say she is in with the staff. So if they need something, they know someone who's in with the staff. They could get something in or out, or something spilled on someone. Yeah, in with the they have an in with the staff.
Okay. All right, you in with
Because
the staff.
I'm with the caterers and the florists now.
Because some people want, you're too competent, I'm afraid. That's the problem. Like, when you're coming,
And she realized her mistake when he was like, you there. And she's like, oh no, damn it, I was too competent.
Speaking
in
of
with the staff.
Speaking of helping people out, I feel like one of the most helpful people who likes to help others and not themselves would be Oscar, who did a really good job of making sure that Holgar looked really good. in time that was necessary. So, which is good. So, Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and then tell me what present would you like to give the other half of the team when they're dealing with this party simultaneously with you in their duo episode.
Absolutely. I loved everything. Greg Grimjack 21502. I'm not on the internet, but my son runs an extremely successful podcast for teenagers called the Awkward Teenager Podcast. You can find it on Twitter at Pod Awkward. They are in the middle of their interviews of the Forbes 30 Under 30, and it's great. And I'm so proud of him. If you care to look into the mind of a teenager, God love him during this time. He and his buddy do a fantastic job. Anywho, love in this episode. I'm telling you what, KP, it was absolutely great having you show up. And I am going to mirror a few of what the other people said. That conversation with Falstaff at the beginning, that was just like so super British. It was like the most British conversation ever. And then my favorite book into that was at the end, whenever the guy from the paper was saying, journalism was saying, you know, she has to retire. And you said, oh, that's very British in the worst possible way. That was the greatest switch, man. I thought that was so awesome.
And now this journalist's like, well, maybe my daughter should be acting if I don't want to. No.
Yeah, but it was like throwing British under the bus.
Yeah.
Under the double decker. It was the best. I absolutely loved that moment. I thought it was great. I love Lindy saying what as soon as it was like they're married. And I really, really, really loved the prep between Regina and Oscar when they had a chance to just talk and kind of get ready for what is going to be ropes, bell, referee or not, is going to be a fight.
Yeah.
And they know it. And I really, really enjoyed that. So what I would like to gift to my friends when they go in 2 weeks' time, I am going to loan out Germany's ass. And by that, I am going to take a cue from what KP had said is going to be there for the prince. And if at any point they need a distraction, whether it be a public display of affection with Regina, whether some type of, you know, the golden boy shines for a moment.
Eye candy.
I'm going to say the golden boy shines.
Right. And I love this group. I can't wait. And by the way, chat, you are amazing. This community is amazing. And I don't usually celebrate it, but next Friday is my birthday. And so we will be here.
Yeah,
for the
it is. It's on my calendar.
Yeah,
I might have to actually break out some drink for this.
I'm going to just say for Greg's birthday, he's going to go into combat with Elias and also Nicoletta.
Which means you have to let us win. That's what
Right.
Anyway,
I love
that
you
means
all.
we'll see.
Back to you, Trooper.
What does winning mean? And then speaking of the golden boy shining only for the love of his life, of course, his dear wife, Regina Krause, now Leixner. Dot, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and what do you gift to the other half of your team?
Y'all know what's up. I'm Little Red Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot. I roll dice. I tell stories. I get to hang out with cool people like this all over the place. So check my socials so that you can find more stories. I'm out there making some podcasts, occasionally winning awards, which is exciting. So don't miss that. And that's me. Okay, so many good things to say. So you know what? I'm gonna do my quick round robin. Trooper, you never fail to know exactly how to twist a knife. And I think it is a special skill. It is a special skill. And you don't twist the knife with the expectation of killing something.
No.
You twist the knife with the expectation of letting it bleed for a while. And I appreciate that. You're very, very good at it, sir.
Look, we've all had bad exes. It's all I'm saying.
It is a talent. It really is. KP, you know, we don't ever get to RP together. So I just want you to know that this is a very special gold star for me to get a chance to like be a player with you in that regard. So this is kind of huge. And I have to say, this character is so different than the two that went back to America in your submarine. You brought such a level of groundedness to this cell in a time of a lot of upheaval.
Yeah.
And like you walked through the door and followed all protocol, and Regina was like, Like, she actually, like, was like, okay, I'm feeling good about this. Like, I'm feeling good about this.
Not
for
to
the
say-
first time in a long time.
Not to say anything, it's just that the other team that left, they were called Team Chaos.
called
Team Chaos.
They were
and
called
now
Team
you have
Chaos.
Clueless Freda and Grounded Prince. We're
and
good.
Grounded, yeah, it's, you know, and it was like, and Regina loved the two of them so much, but like it was such a, because you're also the only other properly trained SOE agent other than Tango who was on
And
Team
Luke.
Chaos. So like, and Luke, you know, bless Luke.
He's 17. Do you know what I mean? Like,
he's 17 exactly, but like, so anyways, it was so great. Like, you brought such an A game to a character that like fits so well. Like, your puzzle piece was chiseled for our picture, and it just you did such a great job. So
Thank you.
Greg, the little friendship that's budding between our good Germans is just wonderful, and I'm excited. I'm terrified of next week, but I have to say, our one-liners as a couple are so. Cheers. I'm not even worried about it. We'll get them with one-liners. That's a lie. I am worried about it. And then Lindsay, I have to give you kudos. A lot of players shy away from the hard choices, and you always accept the hard choice. And I think that is a sign of a brave player and a killer character. So just cheers to you for always making the hard choice, because my coward ass would have backed out if my ex-husband showing up. So cheers to you.
it was her hoarding tendencies. I got her for the hoarding tendencies.
That's it. Troopers figured out my weakness.
So there we are. And something I'm going to leave you. So it looks like we've got a lot of distractions going on. So I want something that's a little bit more offensive than defensive to leave them. So Regina is going to leave them. Oh, I just had a name for it. What did I call it in my head? Okay. It's like Regina's got a little bit of clout here, and people at least listen to her. So if they're in a conversation, Regina can do like a drive-by agreement. So it's like, yes, I agree with what they're saying. And it just like boosts them in the social situation. So maybe we called that like I don't know. I don't know what to call that. It's like agreeing with them. It's like a notable agreements, or like
support, co-signing, yes, and
it's like signing off. It's like what is that called? You could just call it wingman.
Wingman.
It's just being their wingman. There you go. That's all it is. It's just a wingman move. Just being like, yeah, what they said.
Wingman. Thank you. Affidavit bolster, social agitator. By the way, ego boost. By the way, chat, you need to give me a title. And I am troopersjp. And you can find me here. Today is what? Today is Friday. So tomorrow at noon, you can find me on my channel playing The Outer Worlds, which is amazing because I think we just did that like four seconds ago. And then tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. Eastern on Weave the Tale, you can find this finale for Fate of Cthulhu, which I'm really excited about. It's gonna be really, really good. Sunday, by the way, at 11 a.m. in the morning, Dot and I are going to be playing Divinity Original Sin together on my channel and her channel, and we're going to be ridiculous. It's going to be ridiculous.
2 hours that you didn't know you needed.
Yeah, and it's going to be ridiculous.
It's going to be 2 hours you didn't know you needed.
Yeah, and then you can find me over at Praxagardus Mephoria at 8 p.m. for Romance of the Blue Rose, where I play a bird. And I'm going to give my love to everybody. I really should not be as excited as I am for like a massive social combat full of a lot of needing to roll wills for defense, where you're both separated, because here's the thing. This is a massive estate, and there are a lot of people, and there are a lot of things going on, and also none of you are leaving this party together, right? Oscar and Regina are leaving the party together, and Frida and the prince will be leaving around the same time. So like, it's this really great thing where we can have this, like, I'm so excited for this really interesting simultaneous conflict situation going on between two separate weeks. I'm really excited for it. Also, I'm going to say this. It might make you feel better. I only get the number of fate points equal to the number of players at the table at the time, which means I will only be getting 2 fate points per scene for your duos, which I'm sure will make you all feel happy, but I do it because I care. And each one of you have been so amazing. I loved the discussion of cricket with the prince. I'm really excited about that. And I loved...
Can I just say, I was so happy and surprised that you know what cricket is and how to play it. And
oh my gosh.
That made me so happy.
I also think that it's sort of insane that before they put the rules in, cricket games could just last for weeks, right?
Oh yeah, no, because they're called test matches, and they are meant to last like 4 or 5 days per game.
Yeah, you know,
each day lasting like almost 6-7 hours.
Yeah, and you just have...
Even to this day.
To this day, like they've got the short matches that only last like a short amount of time, but...
Yeah, there's 3 versions now, so...
Because there's like...
So you have test matches, you have one-day matches, and then you have 2020s, and... Okay, I'm gonna geek out. Sorry.
No, but cricket's amazing. I'm so fascinated by it. Also, that cricket, the cricket ball is like super hard, and like you don't want to get hit by it. God. Yeah. Anyway, so I was very happy for some cricket discussion because I love to get the little cultural things, and I have to say, KP, I want to give you first. I want to say I appreciate you for not murdering me, but also I appreciate you for running in, because I love I love being able to talk about how awful colonialism is and how like it's bad, like it's not okay, and the ways in which, of course, right? They're like, oh, is this a way for us to like, right? Like we can use the fact that British colonialism is awful as a way to like get in the same way that the United States in the 1950s sent jazz artists abroad for their jazz diplomacy to be like, look, we have jazz artists. It's not so bad in the United States. And those jazz artists are like, we have legal segregation. It's bad here. But like the ways in which like people, like it's real bad. Like the ways in which people try to use like really weird diplomacy in spaces. And I thought this was like really fun. And so I really appreciated that. And
thank you.
It's such a gift that I get to do that, because the history of India in World War II is so fascinating. And there's so many really interesting things going on. And I love being able to bring in more things to the story, because that's one of the most important things to me. So I'm really excited about that.
100%.
So excited for what you're bringing. Lindy, your panic makes me so happy. And I just really wanted you to know.
I panic frequently, so I must make you happy frequently.
You do. And I just wanted you to know that your husband would never have been on the guest list. That was the thing that was my big surprise for you. I was like, no, they wouldn't put him on the guest list. And I was so excited to give you that gift, because I knew that you would love it, that your husband is just not that important. He's not important enough to get on the guest list. I was so excited. But I loved the way that you have this was a funny thing that this was not planned, but the story with Lisette, that story was introduced in season 1. And I love the ways in which these parallels between you and Lisette have come together in this really amazing way. And I cannot wait for you and KP's duo episode to see how you all come together around this really interesting thing. I'm like so excited. Oscar is amazing. And Greg, I love the 2 things. One, how much this clearly hurts your soul, Oscar's soul, the way that you're able to portray how betraying everything, because Oscar's an artist, right? And giving me moments to sort of, and because Dot told me about Holgar Leixner before, and how terrible he is, and how he's like the worst ever. Like he's a betrayal of everything that is art. And then when you had to become him, it was like, that's the best ever. And so I appreciate you letting me torture you that way. But I also appreciate you being able to really portray that sort of like disgust. But what I'm most excited about is I can now I'm seeing it. I'm seeing how Oscar's like, okay, I hate this, but wait a minute. Hold on now. I'm a good artist. No, I got you. I'm gonna undermine all of you. You don't know it, but I'm gonna do it. And I'm so excited to see that undermining happening. And Dot as Regina, I am excited for bad things to happen. First off, I will just say that I love the ways in which you set yourself up and the group for success. I love the small moments with the team. I love your interactions with KP, with the prince. I love that sort of moment. I also am I loved you just like taking care of Luke, being like, Luke, you've got a mission. Like you've got some really great psychology there. I love it. But I am excited about this duo, this like dual nature where Regina's totally got everything under control. She's totally got it. But also I think she doesn't. Like in this real sort of tension between her and her ex where she's like, no, I'm totally like, it's totally fine. Everything's great. but I don't know if it is. And I love that kind of, that moment where you're like, I've got this, or do I? I don't know, right? Like, and I'm really excited to see how that plays out as well. And I just feel like everybody here has done such great subtle work that I'm just so proud to be able to just be a GM for. Your turn, my turn says, Trooper, stop punishing women. I feel like I punish everybody, is what I think. And you know, everybody gets punished, I'm afraid. And let me see. I think that's it. So I want to thank everybody who is, by the way, titles for the episode. We have got a bunch of cheers coming in. Your turn, my turn cheered us with 400 bits and said, awesome. And another 24 bits. Also, we had a whole hype train going on. Rissa cheered for 400 bits saying, this is for the line about whether Regina is trying to seduce him, which was very Mrs. Robinson. It's The Graduate. I want to thank Coldrake for some bits. We've got like 112 bits there. Your turn, my turn gave 1. And then this is like a big hype train going on. And then there was like 15 from Rissa, then 100 from Rissa, then another 100 from Rissa. Then your turn, my turn gave 100. There's like cheering. And then thank you to the anonymous who gave us those subs. And then Lightning Invoker donated 500 bits, no message, but thank you. Rissa 200 says, for the inevitable impression Oscar and Regina will make on this party, which they did, by the way. And then we have Your Turn, My Turn, 300 bits saying, for the intersectionality, and also for the hope. For the homies, for the intersectionality, for the hope. Thank you very much, Your Turn, My Turn, because that is valuable. I want to thank all the raiders and also Willem TW, our chronicler, who says, thanks all for an awesome episode and welcome to our new player KP. So thank you.
Okay, title I saw that I liked was Exes and Oh-Noes.
I also liked Exes and Oh-Noes.
Oh-Noes, yeah, Exes and Oh-Noes, that's good too.
We got it. Exes and Oh-Noes. That's our title. We're here. We got it.
That was a pretty stellar.
We got it. Thank you everyone for being here. You are the best. This will go up on YouTube, in a couple days, and we will see you all next week. I'm going to just let the group know that they're going to get a breakthrough for their faction and for themselves. They have not finished the party, but that doesn't matter. They're getting a breakthrough today.
Right now?
Yeah, right now.
Ooh.
Because you are all confronting some pretty heavy things. All of you are confronting heavy things, and so your group is going to get a breakthrough for that. And we're going to have
not a milestone. We don't get both.
Oh, you get both. Whenever you get a breakthrough, you also get a milestone. You get them both.
I don't know what any of them.
Oh, I will tell you. It's a level up. It's going to be great.
Okay.
And I will say that we've got 2 duo episodes coming up, and I'm really excited to see them. I'm really excited to see what happens when we get these pairs off. And then that's it. I want to say, take care, everybody. You are all the best. And I'm not going to give them any gifts because they've given themselves gifts. They just get the gift of torture. So take care, everybody. And, be kind, and we will catch you on the flip side. Bye, everyone.
Bye.